For every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Astrothi, the voice of New Eden, and I need my Megatron in screen. And this is May 5th, YC127, and this is the Viewers Show. Welcome, 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 guys. How's it going? Uh-oh, might have pegged it on that one. Oh, shit, I had to turn on my volume. Oh, boy. All right, let's turn it back down. I'm sorry. We had a court meeting yesterday, as we do on the first Sunday of every month. And I have to change my audio for that, so it's back now. We're good. My levels should be fine now. That was good. Well, that's good. That's good. It's good. It was good. It was also just a little bit too loud by my normal level, so hopefully it should be to normal levels now. Remember, everyone, log off Vegeta tonight. Yes, major warning for tomorrow. Could be nothing. Could be absolutely nothing. You know, CCP has hyped up stuff in the past, and had it been nothing. But it could also be an attack on Vegeta. Somewhere in between there, in a spectrum between absolutely nothing of note to an attack on Vegeta, anything's possible tomorrow. Let's see here. Today, we have been going... so for the last couple of streams, on Friday and Saturday... we were covering Fanfest, of course, just in case you crawled out from under a rock right now. Fanfest is their mostly annual get-together in Iceland, where they reveal big stuff and talk about what's been going on and kind of set their sights for the future. And so on Friday, we covered the main Legion, or like the EVE Online keynote, which of course covered kind of as a brush over of all of their different products: EVE Online, EVE Vanguard, Frontiers, even threw some Galaxy Conquest in there. Of course, they drank a ton of alcohol. That is very normal for FanFest. And then, of course, on Saturday, rather, we had another stream where we went over the main two panels for Saturday that I thought would be relevant to people who are interested in EVE and interested in the Legion expansion. So we covered the Legion trailer, which, in case, again, you're just coming out of a rock, EVE Legion is not a prototype of the new shooter that will get canceled at some point. No, no, no. EVE Legion is also not a Tech 3 cruiser that you fly around in. EVE Legion is, in fact, the expansion that is coming out in just under 3 weeks, I believe, on the 27th. It comes with a host of balance changes, new freelancer contracts, new map tools, and a lot of other goodies. Like I said, we've been covering this over the last, 8 hours or more, 9 hours of streams in the last 2 days. You can always go back and check those out. But today, I did want to touch on things that were not covered in those two keynotes. We have the art panel and we have the Vanguard panel. The art panel is always one of my favorite. There is a slight Legion buff, that's true, which is good because they have a tendency to not buff the things that that the things are named after. I remember if you go back to the bolstered bulkheads expansion or patch, there is a slight buff to bulkheads. That is thanks to myself and several others who complained that literally every type of tanking got buffed except for hull tanks on a thing called bolstered bulkheads. So they did throw us a little bit of a pittance back then, but in the same sort of way, now the Legion itself is getting a buff indirectly by just being a T3 cruiser. The Vanguard panel, well, if you have anything to contribute to this conversation as we talked about Vanguard, please, please, please let me know. Also, they didn't buff patch notes. If your name is Havoc, you gain 5% additional damage. Congratulations. No. Wait, hold on. Satan, you did not get the, hold on, you did not get the, You didn't get the Synesis? Uh-oh. Let me look into that right now. We did giveaways for the different ships. Some people didn't claim theirs because... Yeah, it looks like it didn't go through. Maybe you didn't claim it in time. I'll trust you, Satan. I'm going to send it to you again. I'll trust you. Why would anyone scam somebody in this game? No, it's not all good. I wanna make sure you get taken care of, man. Boom. That should be it, Saitan. You should be able to get it now if you go into your Paragon hub, under Skinner, and then go down to exclusive listings. You should be able to see that you have some. Unlike myself, or I'm sure all of the ones that Punch gave me are now expired. So you've got 24 hours to grab it. Make sure to cover the over Vanguard conversation they had too. Devs talked to the stream hosts. I don't know if I didn't get that information. So, like I said, if anybody has anything to contribute to the conversation as we go through this, please, please, please let me know. Didn't respond to my 10-year alliance emission from the FanFest question. I think it's all the way to Hilmar. Which alliance are you talking about, Brad? I can't remember exactly. But I do remember you bringing that. I think you brought it up during the stream. There was a couple people. We had a whole side conversation about which alliances got snuffed. I mean, which alliances got snubbed? Yeah, snubbed. There we go. Close. No, what? Was it? Oh, Dark. Yeah, okay, yeah, I remember that. Freudian slip. Yeah, we'll pretend like that was an accident. All right. So in addition to that, we have, is that from their socials? So what we do have though is, what we don't have, I was hoping that by this point we would have more information that came out of some of the other streams that didn't get counted or didn't get recorded, I should say. So like the Frontiers stuff, the Eve Galaxy Conquest stuff, all that stuff, like they weren't on the mainstream. And so I was kind of reliant on other people to talk about it, and nobody really has. So I don't really have much for that. But we do have the Vanguard keynote. We do have the art panel. And there is one piece of really good news that came out of FanFest that wasn't talked about on any of the streams. Thankfully, thankfully, it got immortalized on Reddit. They might end up posting some of it on YouTube. And often what happens is like secondary people were recording those other panels and they may trickle onto YouTube and onto other places. Unfortunately, so like I guess my problem is that I was relying on people to talk about Eve Frontiers and Eve Galaxy Conquest. But as we talked about the other day, one of the issues is that even though Eve Galaxy Conquest and Eve Frontiers are both relatively popular internal, like there is a lot of interest by those who are interested in it, there's also a lot of interest in hating on those two products in particular. And so public information, people talking about it in public spaces is actually relatively mild because nobody wants to be shit on for talking about the mobile game or the blockchain game, right? Like they always get shouted down. So it's often hard to talk. Yes, Dr. Becky's talk on black holes and how they do how they work was fascinating. I loved it. I need to go back and actually check out some of her YouTube stuff. But I'm not going to cover that necessarily because the other piece of this is that I'm not a reaction channel, and anytime I'm doing a reaction, I try to have enough to contribute to the conversation, which of course, FanFest keynotes, easy to do so because like I can tell you about who they are, I can tell you about the history of these changes, these kinds of things. But like when she explains that black holes are couches, not hoovers, the only thing I have to contribute to that is wow, that's amazing. And I'm not that kind of YouTuber, so I all I can do is encourage you to check out her stuff yourself. Yes, no, it was a great panel. Don't get me wrong. Like, I strongly recommend the panel. I'm just not going to attempt to contribute to the conversation, because while I am a big fan of that kind of science, I'm not. There's no world in which I can take something that she has said and be like, well, well, actually, like, that isn't going to happen. So, yes, I do know. So I do know that I can get 100,000 views by just going like, wow, that's crazy, true, or whatever. But like, I can't be that kind of YouTuber, right? Like, there's lots of things that I could do to be a better YouTuber. And I don't think, like, my goal is not to be a good YouTuber. My goal is to give you guys content that is useful to you. So I'm not necessarily always algorithmically friendly or whatever. So that being said, like, comment, and subscribe. Consider becoming a member or patron or picking up some merch like this here mug, so that way I can continue to do this. That would be super awesome. And thanks again to those of you who have been supporting the channel, especially this last week. It's been really awesome. I got to have pizza. I got to have duck pineapple fried rice. It's been a great week. Thank you so much for that support. But I do want to jump into real quick the one big thing that oh, nice, DK, that may or may not be coming, but is a huge deal in my opinion. There you go. Yeah, exactly. I do survive and pay my bills off of this, but it's not, I am unwilling to chase the most money, if that makes sense. Like, my life, I'm at a phase in my life where it's like, I'm past I'm in the middle of or past my midlife crisis. So it's more like, man, I just want to live a life that I want to live, Any rate, enough of that. Let's talk about Logi on Killmails. So CCP Larrikin is, he's an interesting dude. He joined the company. Now I can't even remember how when he joined or why he joined the company, or like what he joined to do. I do remember that he was a designer developer, but then when CCP Quant left the company, CCP Quant was their data visualizer, and he handed over all of that to CCP Larrikin. And so CCP Larrikin picked that up as kind of his side job. But over time, he did such a great job of it, it just became his job for the company. So CCP Larrikin is pretty much the data guy, along with CCP Data, who, if I remember correctly, is like the brother of CCP Quant or something like that. There's some relationship there, if I remember correctly. But none of that matters compared to... I do not confuse CCP Larrikin and Larian Studios. Do I? Wait, what do you mean by I confuse them a lot? CCP Larrikin is a Kiwi. He's not an Aussie, as far as I know. Oh God, please don't hurt me. Did I say it? Did I say that Larian instead of Larrikin? Larrikin, not Larian. Whatever. Poco's not Posses. Either way. If you've been watching my streams and my videos and my YouTubes and my podcasts enough to have gotten that joke, 10 points to you, my friend. Anywho, so what's important is this. So CCP, I was we did hydrostatic podcast, and Hydrag. So no, for those of you who don't know, there was an episode when we were talking about Pocos where, like, for 30 minutes, I referred to Pocos as Posses and Posses as Pocos without noticing it until afterwards, and it was painful. Hey, 07 to Satan, thank you so much for that. I'm glad that you got your Synesis. All right, so let's look at this. CCP Data and myself talked about this at the Killmail talk on Saturday. I knew that that was going to be a big one. That's why, but either way, I'm not sure if it was recorded or not. So the short of the presentation is we've been creating a data mail, name to be determined, because remember, it's like, okay, Killmail, right? For the past 6 months, internally for analysis usage. That includes Logi or on victims and attackers. It also includes a breakdown of damage by each weapon type. We're working with the ESI team to get this added to a public beta endpoint, then get lots of feedback on how we can improve these data mails. Other points we're considering: remote assistance, EWAR, command burst, fleet IDs, skin IDs. So this is huge. Like, this could be low-key. This could have been potentially the biggest announcement in FanFest. Like, obviously it wasn't. There was other stuff like the map redo that got huge applause, but like this is it. This is the big one. Years ago, they talked about doing Logi on Killmails, and this is something that we've always talked about. It's been fairly, debated, I guess, in the past of whether or not we should do it. Yes, the biggest, you can't believe that the biggest cheer came from new ships, or didn't come from new ships or player missions, but from the Dotland map update. Yeah, no, that, it makes total sense to me, because like a new ship is just a new ship, but like a map, like Dotland being brought into EVE is like, it speaks to anyone who's played EVE Online for any amount of time in the last 15 years. So, yeah. But this one's huge. So, first of all, I want to point out that, like, in the beginning, well, first of all, let's talk a little bit about what we're talking about, just in case you don't know or anything like that. Let's go ahead and look at interactions, combat log. So here is a Killmail. And what we can see here is that I did 1,000 damage with my blasters. So I did a total of 38% of the damage and did the final blow, while Malik here did 1,800 damage, which represents 61% of the total damage. And that, whoa. DK Olaf, thank you for that gifted subs. 07, you helped make the stream possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. It's been, like, seriously, all your guys' support is unbelievably huge. Also, Havoc dodged it, so there you go. So did CSSU command. Now, it's worth noting that if you don't have your payment information, I think, tied to YouTube, you may not be eligible to receive memberships. We figured that out with Jeff, I think it is. Like, there are conditions where you're not eligible to receive members. So if you're dodging gifted membership too much, you might want to double check to make sure you're even eligible to get them. But either way, so the point is that on this Killmail, we can see his whole fit. We can see what drops. Oh, okay, that's fair. I just wanted to make sure. And we can even simulate the fit, and we can steal it for ourselves, right? And we can go over here and copy the kill information and copy the external link. This gets used if we're going to go to zkill, right? We can go copy external link or whatever. And then we can go to zkill. And here is all of the kills that have been reported. And I can look up my character. And I can look at my kills. And I can pull up this very kill that we have. And this is the same kill on zkill, right? I can see the whole fit. I can see how much it was worth. Here's a breakdown of all of the items and what they dropped, etc. And we can see that, you know, he did 61% of the damage and I did 38% of the damage. Very cool. So the thing is that this kill gets on this website because of the API, right? You can you sign up, people sign up on Zkill, and they put their API key, their ESI key, they log in with ESI, and they authorize. I almost said like that was old school knowledge. All right, so you sign in here with your ESI, and you basically give them permissions to pull from your data, right? And that's how this kill got here. Now you can't actually import it via that copy link, external kill link information that I showed you earlier, but most kills get on here like this. So the API is much more. The API is valuable for making these kinds of things happen. So going back to what they said, nope. So the idea is that this is not necessarily an in-game thing, but the information for Logi on Killmails are now part of this new endpoint. Sorry, let me take a step back. If you come back to the kill, what you'll notice is there's no information about how much he's repped. There's no information about any sort of support he's had. In fact, if we go back to my kills, we can probably find one that probably has more people on it. Oh, wait. I got on my own kill. That's pretty funny. So we can see here that there's several people on this kill. Oh, yeah, okay, that's why. There are lots of people on this kill. But what we can't see is whether or not the guy got repped at all. Like, shoot. We can go, hold on. If we just go to normal Zkill, I pick any random big rat or big kill like this guy. And then I can go to related. And we can see that there's a lot more ships involved in this fight than just that one ship. And we can also see that there are Logi ships on this kill, right? So chances are this ship, or whichever ship we want to pick here, did get some reps. But we have no idea how much. We can tell how much damage each person did. And to a certain extent, we can kind of figure out reps based on the total amount of damage. Now, this is actual damage after resistances that are done. So, like, we could theoretically export this, grab the fitting, copy it, come over here, open up my fitting tool. Sorry if this is too basic for people. I've been talking to a lot of the people that are coming in from our stream, like newer people that have joined the corp. It's made me realize how new a lot of you people are. So, these are just kind of the basic stuff to make sure everybody's on the same speed. But we can import that fit from the kill board and then simulate it. And we can see that this ship actually has roughly 40,000 EHP, or sorry, 40,000 hit points, right? Because it has about 10,000 shield hit points, 23,000 armor hit points, and 11,000 structure hit points. So all told, you have 45,000 hit points, right? So if we look at the amount of damage that was actually done, we can see that chances are it got some reps, but not a whole lot, right? Wouldn't it be that showing Logi that repaired the people who were shooting the target? Yes. I haven't seen. Yeah, there is a lot of newer players coming in, which I appreciate it, and like, I'm more than happy. One of the things I'm actually going to start covering over the next couple of weeks is once again going over kind of more basic stuff, with or without my alpha alts. Covering things that you might be getting into, like Abyss and lower level missions, etc. But either way, my point is that we can guess that this ship didn't get very much involving reps. Brief aside, hopefully somebody can remind us, but DK, for your sake, what I would recommend, DK, for those of you who do not know, has been running into DC issues. He was talking about it earlier, and he's talking about it now. So if you are having connection issues in Eve, one thing I recommend doing before you, in order to kind of diagnose stuff, is you can hit Control, Alt, Shift, so all three of those, M, and that brings up this Engine Tools page, right? And then from there, you can watch the outstanding calls. Outstanding calls is anytime you do anything in the game, you send a call out to the server, and it'll show up here until you receive a response back from the server. So I can like double click in space, or I can descan, and you can see that there's a remote call for the descan, right? And then when I receive the information back from the descan, it disappears. So in this case, it appears and then disappears really quick. And I can warp, and it has an outstanding call. And if I stop it, it's an outstanding call. Navigational stuff can be out, like all that stuff are outstanding calls until they don't get a response. So you can keep this up as a way of checking to see when you are not receiving information from the server. You can also click on the network button to see your incoming packets in and out. This can help you diagnose whether or not there is an issue. And there's other pieces here too, like the FPS monitor. What's carbon? I don't know what carbon. Well, yeah, these are other internal stuff. You can see your memory consumption, lots of cool stuff. Also, what I recommend doing when I had problems with my connection issues, you can you can open up a command prompt. Is this going to work? No? Really? There we go. All right, so here's my command prompt, and you can go ping www.idogoogle.com/t, and that's going to continuously ping your server, or ping wherever it is. You can also do, I can't remember, you'd have to look up the exact server information for EVE Online. I'm trying to remember if I can figure out that really quick. But either way, so between those two tools, you can really diagnose where the failure point in your system is, whether or not it is on CCP side, on your side, etc. Like I had a problem with my network provider for like 6 months, and I had to do this for like 6 months, and I was able to see when I had breaks in my data, and I was able to record all of that and then present them to the powers that be to finally get it fixed. So I know it's rough. It's a journey, but there's some tips for you just in case. And I'm sorry that you're going through all that, but let's go ahead and jump back into it. So, like I said, we have killmails. Killmails have damage. Killmails have the things that are attacking you. And each of those, what damage they do. There's some errors, or there's some little quirks about this. We're not going to go into all of that. But the point of the matter is that all you get is damage. You can infer Logi, but you don't know about Logi. Now, when the very idea of Logi on Killmails first came out, there are actually people that were against this idea. So I want to point that out first. Because if you think about it, like, you must always remember that there are spies and bad actors in EVE, and they want to be able to do what they're doing as well, right? So one of the concerns, this also comes up when it comes to damage meters, by the way, which if you need a damage meter, if you need like real-time damage graphs, I do recommend PELD, Python Live EVE damage, or Python EVE, Live EVE damage meters. So PELD is a really good way to monitor your own damage and incoming DPS or Logi. And actually, there's a fleet program. Why is it not doing anything? Why is that not? Oh, because I spelled it wrong. Haifa Eve live damage. Peld, not pled. So, there's actually a fleet tool that allows fleet commanders to kind of keep track of the entire fleet. But the point of the matter is that let's say you're a spy in an organization and you're trying to disrupt their efforts. You're trying to sabotage their efforts. There are very active ways you could do this. Like one of the most famous ways I know of is somebody will burn a spy because that spy happens to get into some sort of fleet command position and then warps the fleet into a trap, right? That's a classic way to burn a spy. Sure, that spy is never going to be able to be used as a spy anymore in that organization, but you just killed an entire fleet with it, right? But a more subtle way of sabotaging is to join up the Logi squad and then just not rep people, right? Because the amount of Logi, the amount of healing that you have within the group is very critical to the fleet. And of course, the FC is trying to balance their DPS ships with their Logi ships. So, whatever. So having one of the Logi ships just not doing their job can be very hindering to a fleet. And so there is a classic kind of way to be a spy, to join up as Logi and then maybe use one repper instead of all four. So it looks like you're repping, but you're not really. And things are dying. And you're like, whoopsie daisy. But there's no way to detect really who is repping and who isn't without a giant pain in the ass. So when they first started talking about, hey, Wesley Pipes, actually, Wesley Pipes, I need to talk to you because if you know anything about Frontiers, like from Fanfest or anything like that, I need to get caught up on that, but not right this second. So there were people who want to avoid Logi being on Killmails, because if you could suddenly see, in the same sort of way, actually, this is something that really does happen, or this is not a real one, but if I go back to my Killmails and I see that I killed my Orca, right? Like, Shadow Carcatel killed my alt's Orca, but I'm on the Killmail. There are actually instances, we actually had one, it wasn't a real spy, but it was kind of a joke, where when one of our structures got blown up, one of our members ended up being like 10% of the damage on the structure or something like that. Not maybe that extreme, but like you'll be able to see like, oh my God, somebody on our team was shooting our own guys. Like that gets revealed. But like, oh God, this guy wasn't repping anyone, isn't available on Killmails. And so spies didn't want that on Killmails. So even in the earliest days of Logi on Killmails, there was pushback about it. And then back in like 2017, I want to say, it was before 2019. Hey, awesome, Wesley. New corporation. Why not join the Convocation of Imperials? So by 2016, 2017, the idea of Logi on Killmails had gained popularity and lost resistances. So, actually, let me see real quick. CSP alluded to Logi's on Killmail's last Fanfest. This is posted in 2024, so in 2023. In 2027, people are talking about how to get Logi on Killmails. In 2019, the Eve Onion makes fun of the fact that CCP keeps committing to dates on Logi on Killmail, but failing. So, this has been an ongoing thing, but in the end, the problem is that the Killmail system is one of the oldest systems in the game. And so the data that's in the Killmails is very minor and doesn't include that kind of information. And CCP has talked about adding it to Killmails in the past, but so far has basically failed. In fact, it was more or less determined that you couldn't just do Logi on Killmails. You'd have to create an entirely new system in order to replace Killmails that would allow this. And so for a long time, we've basically decided that it's not going to be a thing that happens. Brings us to what we heard about today. So that's why, like, they're doing exactly what I just said. Rather than just figure out how to make the old Killmail system work with Logi, what they're actually doing is just creating a whole new reporting system. Now, they've been working on tools and stuff to allow them for better data aggregation and to monitor what's going on in game better. And this seems like one of those internal, or one of the results of that. So this says that over the last 6 months, they've been working on an internal tool to allow this to report to people based on fights and whatnot. But if they add this data to the ESI, right, that would allow these new Killmail information to be available to things like Zkill. Now, granted, yeah, Zkill would have to create a tool. You know, obviously, whoever deals with this would have to, so Squiz for Zkill, would have to create a new parser that would interpret these new Killmails. And then, of course, he would have to make a decision about how to place the new information alongside old information. But, you know, this has happened before. I mean, hell, if you look at some of the oldest Killmails, you'll see that, like, the ships don't even have a fit. It just has everything in the cargo bay, because back in the day, like, Killmails didn't even have that much information. So, yeah, Zkill, that would be up to Zkill to... Homefront suffer from the lack of repairs, energy transfers being tracked too. Yeah, that's true. I don't know how related these two things are going to be per se. But maybe. It could very well be that fixing the Killmail stuff forces them to fix the stuff with Homefronts, or vice versa. Yeah. So, well, so I talk about spies and stuff, but you got to remember, like, whenever they talk about, say, DPS meters, right? There's a big contingency of EVE players that come from other MMOs and have PTSD from those MMOs, right? In a lot of MMOs, you will have like fights, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, bosses that have a limited number of people in the fight, and that fight is designed around the capabilities of those limited people, right? And so in that environment, the performance of each individual is absolutely critical, right? It's much like the Logi on Killmail, or Logi thing. If you expect you to have 4 people who are all outputting full-on Logi, or, you know, heals, and one of them isn't doing their job, either by being incompetent or by being evil, that jeopardizes the entire operation. And so what we see is, in basically every single MMO that is built like World of Warcraft, there's a certain amount of elitism that is built in to groups, where you must be this tall to ride this ride. And they use things like DPS meters and, like, you know, scanning people's equipment and stuff to gatekeep whether or not people can take part in it. And this becomes a big portion of your social experience in those kinds of groups, right? And so a lot of people in EVE balk away from anything that they fear might bring that to EVE Online. Now, I would argue that this doesn't necessarily make sense because of the conditions of how EVE works, right? EVE, in most scenarios, maybe things like incursions and stuff like that, this might be true. But in most scenarios, if you have 11 people versus 10 people, you're still just fine, right? EVE Online functions, for better or worse, on a N+1 sort of environment, right? So if I've got a fleet and I'm going to go out and do faction warfare, and somebody shows up and goes, I want to join you. It almost doesn't even matter how much they bring to the table. There's still more than not having them. And this is really good in EVE because it means that no matter how new you are to the game, I've taken literally day one pilots just out of the career agents and brought them into faction warfare. And they have not only managed to hang with us, but I have had new bros be absolutely critical to a fight, the linchpin of the fight, the reason why we won, the reason why we killed somebody. Because fleet progress, fleet power is accumulation of everyone in the fleet. Therefore, even somebody who is a frigate in a battleship fleet has something to contribute. And this is something that is very magical about EVE Online. So, but that doesn't change the fact that there are people who are naturally adverse to any tools that could be used by leadership to judge them, right? Like, could you imagine if, like, the nightmare scenario is, you know, you go out, you do a fleet, all this sort of stuff, you fight for a few hours, you win, you lose, whatever. Let's say even worse, you lose, right? You take on a big fleet fight, you lose. At the end of a fight like that, anytime you lose, everyone's trying to figure out what happened, right? You get fingers being pointed, friendships get hurt, people become critical, right? Because people are hurt. They just lost. So, you know, what the nightmare scenario is that you now have a bunch of corporation leaders who are picking through logs to figure out who to blame, who's not doing their right job, who didn't bring a good fit. And this does happen actually right now, where people will pick through the losses. So that way, if somebody refit their ship or something like that, then they could pick out like, oh, you fucked up, right? So the fear is that even without spies, the additional information on killmails could just be used by leadership as a way of judging their, their membership performance, right? You are correct 100%. I've been admin on Seat for one of the 400 plus member corps at the time, and admins are very often abuses their power. Absolutely. Yeah, and home fronts, abyssals, things that have like a limited number of people, that would be a concern. That's just bad leadership, though. Except, is it, though? Right? Because, like, if from bad is a relative term here. It is a negative social experience, but making sure to comb through your guys to make sure that they're all as efficient as possible and helping them do better, like, that strategy is a winning strategy, right? The team that is anal retentive about every single one of their members and their performance will likely beat the team that doesn't really, that is more casual and more loosey-goosey, given equal numbers, equal ships, etc., right? So arguably, it's good leadership. Arguably, it would be like that is what you would expect from a high-performant group with a leader, right? And so the fear is that not only, like, it wouldn't just become a thing that is happening, but it would be inevitable, right? If that is a valid way of doing things, and if that was necessary, right? For, like, actually a really good example of this is the incursion community, because incursions are incredibly demanding on what on which members that you, yeah, Machiavellian leadership is still good leader. Let's not say good or bad. Those are judgments. It is an effective leadership strategy. That's the problem, right? So say what you will about authoritarianship, it can get shit done. So, let's look at incursions. In incursions, if you want to join, most incursion communities are going to demand that you use their fits. And a lot of them will literally bring ship scanners to check to make sure that you have the correct ships. Make sure that you have the correct strategies. You don't get to, like, think on your own we have 10 slots and we need to get this done as efficiently as possible. We have already determined what is as efficient as possible. Therefore, you either fit your niche or we find somebody else who does, right? That is, for better or worse, the incursion community. It's why it's so effective, or well, many of the incursion communities, I should say. It's why they are effective. It's also why they're toxic, right? So, you know, I used to play when I used to play WoW and I raid led in WoW, I said, listen, guys, I could program, like, these things are so, like, well understood that I could program 39 bots to come with me into Molten Core and do the job perfectly. Your job is to make it so that I don't have to do that, because you can play your character as good as a bot that I would program. Like, you're not here to think, you're here to do exactly what you're supposed to do. And that is definitely not what you want in Eve. But remember, like, outside of things like incursions, that doesn't make any sense, because N+1 is definitely a thing in Eve. Now, for more information about this, there's actually a really great video by Folding Ideas called Why It's Rude to Be Bad at World of Warcraft. It's a very interesting thing about the psychology of this sort of stuff. But the point is that my whole point is that there has been, as much as we think that it's obviously a good idea to have things like Logi on Killmails, there has always been at least some minor pushback against that. Ash is a bad leader. Ash was a great raid leader in World of Warcraft. I have changed my philosophies. You change your strategies for the situations that you're dealing with, and it's one of the reasons why I like leading groups in Eve versus World of Warcraft. And in fact, actually, since you called me out, I'll say this. So, yes, we're getting to Vanguard. We're getting to Vanguard. Don't worry, Wesley. That is on the agenda today. We're just talking about this Killmail stuff first, then we'll do the art panel, then Vanguard. So, actually, yeah, why it's rude to be bad at World of Warcraft is why many people don't join fleets or set up fleets in Eve, because they fear that the judgment from that will apply to, you know, the judgment that they get from social groups in WoW and ESO and all these other groups will apply to Eve. And don't worry, it's a totally different set of judgments here. But so actually, I was just talking about this the other day because, you know, the Convocation of Empyreans, our objective is maximizing player engagement with EVE Online. And every once in a while, we get this call for people to do incursions. People want to do incursions. But as I said, incursions is for a very set number of people, depending on the incursion that you were trying to, or which site you're trying to do. So, you know, like the big one is 10 man, right? So you need 10 people. You don't need 9. You don't need 11. You need 10. If you have less than 10, you can't do it. If you have more than 10, you usually have to have people set out. And I don't like that, right? I loved invasions. Why did I love invasions? Because if I had 5 people, I could do major conduits. If I had 25 people, I could do major conduits. We would just do it a little bit faster, right? And that was cool. I love that. I love content that can expand and contract based on the number of people I have. Because when I put out a fleet, I get whoever I get. And it could be 3 people, it could be 30 people, right? And so the content needs to be able to expand to that. Abyss actually is a really good example of how this works, because, you know, yesterday I put out the call, hey, who wants to do something? Okay, well, I get 3 people. Okay, we can do Abyss. I get 4 people. Oh, okay, so we can have 2 people do Destroyer Abyss, you know, 2 sets of 2 people do Destroyer Abyss. Oh, would a 5th person mess it up? Absolutely not. We've got 1 3-man group and 1 2-man group. 6 people, 2 3-man groups. 7 people, etc., 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 right? So, like, it doesn't matter how many people we end up having in our fleet, we can jigger things to make it so that we can, you know, we can do the activity. Same with home fronts, right? If we've got 3 people, there's 3 people home fronts. If we've got 5 people, there's 5 people home fronts. If we've got 6 people, we've got 2 groups of 3 people, etc., etc. So all of these things make sense. Incursions, it's like you put in a ton of effort to get all of the ships and everything ready to go, and then you either don't quite get 10 people, in which case you can't do it, or you get 12 people, and now you're having to tell your friends to go to not come, and that sucks. So I tend to not explicitly not do incursions because I don't. I like things that can expand and contract based on how many people happen to be there. So that way people can drop in and drop out whenever they want. So it's one of the reasons why I didn't like how CCP implemented home fronts. It could have been a great way to onboard people into group content, but now it's just another form of competition. I actually kind of disagree with that, Jeff, because like I said, you can shift between them. And also, honestly, we've had plenty of times where we've had 4 people. Like, if you've got 4 people, you can get started with most of the home fronts. And then whenever a 5th person shows up, they can just jump in. And that's fine. So home fronts are a little bit more flexible, in my opinion. Also, the thing is that home fronts has such a smaller barrier to entry to incursions. Like, that's the big problem with incursions, is that I need to buy, 15 plus billion ISK worth of ships to be able to do it well, and then hope that I have the correct 10 people to fly those ships. Whereas home fronts are varied enough, diverse enough, small enough, and use light enough equipment that I can just kind of adjust to what's going on, right? Sure, but if you have 4 people and some random person shows up, that person flags as yellow now. That's true, but I think that was a necessary component by the fact that people are stealing stuff. Like, that does happen, but at the same time, that's just humans. You can deal with it as a human. Hey, don't shoot that guy. Let's send him a message. See if we can get him in the fleet. Get him in the fleet. Problem solved. So it's not as bad. It's not as bad, is my point. So, all that said, Logi on Killmails has been a contentious topic for quite some time, but this here is amazing. And since we've already gone off a lot about this conversation, I'm not going to just keep reiterating this. The one thing that I will point out is at the very bottom here, this idea of remote assistance, EWAR, command bursts, fleet ID, and skin ID. This is honestly where the miracles happen. Remote assistance is fine. That's cool. EWAR is great, although EWAR is already in a lot of those situations. Command bursts is cool. Just as a command ship pilot, I would love to have that in there. But these last 2, I think, are the magic, right? Right now, like when I went to go get that fleet, that Killmail information, when I hit related here, we see that there's this 2 different guys. Now, how is this list generated? Well, this list is generated because every single Killmail that is on this list, they basically, it knows on this kill, it knows that it happened in this system and approximately in this location at this time. And so what Zkill is doing is it's taking all of the kills that relate to that information and putting it all together and trying to piece together who's on what side. This fails all the time. Firstly, because often there's more than two sides. There are some tools to make it so that you can have multiple sides. You can even see, like here, you can correct your Killmail by being like, oh no, these guys were actually on this side. These guys were on these sides, right? Yes, this is why battle reports are so inconsistent. But here's the thing. Let's think about this. Let's think about this for a second, okay? Because this has happened to me a lot, and I'm not complaining for my own sake. I don't mind this fact, but this is true. So we're looking at this fight, and we're seeing these kills. In order to be on this list, one of 2 things has to happen. Either you've died, or you've done damage to someone who has died. That's it. Those are the only 2 ways to show up on this list. Because the only thing that works for that is damage. And yes, there are tools that organize this information better, like BR tools, but it still doesn't deal with that fundamental problem where in order to be on this list, you would have had to have either done damage to somebody who has died or died. So what that means is Logi, who do not die, can be considered invisible to these battle reports. If I go in as a Guardian and I do not die, and I also don't bring damage drones, I will not appear on this battle report at all, ever. And so this is why a lot of like Logi will even bring what they call horde drones, combat drones, just enough to be on the battle report. But like we can see here that there's these small frigates that did Logi, but there could be a wing of 15 Guardians on one of these sides. And as long as none of those Guardians died, we would never know about it. So that, in my opinion, is the biggest piece of like Logi on Killmails, is that these battle reports, Logi, are currently invisible to battle reports. Yes, and also this could theoretically, like the process of doing this could fix things like Logi and cap transfers not counting towards event site completion, which we ran into during the Drifter Crisis sites, when they were contesting for it. Your reps or your capping up of the dread doesn't actually count as progress in the site. So somebody could come in and shoot something and steal the site from a bunch of Logi guys because the Logis aren't doing any damage. I'm not saying this is me, but I'm sure that means certain players don't want to play Logi because there's little public recognition. Abso-fucking-lutely, Havoc. Like, it is, as a person who has flown Logi a lot, Ader Logi, Best Logi, all that sort of stuff. I have a great video called Why Flying Logi is Awesome. It is absolutely a thing where people will either not want to be Logi or will focus on their damage drones because that's their way of getting any kind of credit. And like, I've literally been called, because like, everybody has their ego. We talk about the elitism and WoW and all that stuff. Boy, howdy, just wait till you debate somebody on about Eve on in various different places and watch people smugly dismiss people by posting their kill board. I've had plenty of people, like I've been part of plenty of conversations. If you dare take up a pro Care Bear position, a pro PvE position in Eve, in a public debate, there will be some bastard that posts your kill board as a way of saying like, oh, your opinion doesn't count. You don't even have any kills. Oh, which is funny because people often will assume that I don't know, like I'm one of those people. And so they'll be like, well, how many kills do you have on your kill board? And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, a few. I have a few. How about 3,707? Would that be, is that enough? Can I talk about the game now? Do I know the mechanics enough to talk about the game, Mr. Judgy Man? Like, that is a thing that absolutely happens. And so, well, toxic people ignore them. Well, yeah, that's fair, but I'm just saying, like, especially when I used to like hang out a lot on Talking in Stations and like in the public spaces and debating stuff. As a Logi pilot, I have literally been accused of not being in fights that I've talked about because you can't see that I was at that fight because I was Logi. And that doesn't really bother me that much because, like, I know and I can be smug about it or whatever, but it absolutely affects people's decisions for sure. Okay. The other thing that I love about this, though, is, first of all, skin ID. One of the things that has bothered me from the beginning, I want every single Killmail to show the skin that was on that ship. Because, so in my opinion, what a Killmail should be is a reflection of what happened during the fight. But also, if you think about it, we have these ships. We do stuff with them. We get kill marks. We get skins for them. We do all sorts of stuff with them. And our story of that ship keeps going, and then it dies. And that Killmail is effectively the memorial to that ship, right? And so I have always, since they have been added into the game, wanted skins and kill marks, especially kill marks. I wish kill marks were on this list. Kill marks should be on Killmails because when I lose my ship, I want to have a final record of that ship that showed what it looked like and what it was doing. But the one I hadn't thought of, which is huge, is this fleet ID. When you join a fleet, there is a fleet ID. It's in the background. You usually don't see it. But if you do ESI stuff, you know about it. Fleet IDs are a thing. It's how we tracked people during invasions for payouts. So if you were able to track fleet IDs, then this mess here would be over. We would be able to see, okay, these guys were in these fleet together, these guys were in this fleet together, and you could even theoretically pull all of the people that were in the fleet, even if they aren't in a Killmail. So that way you could say, like, okay, these are the guys that were also in the fleet. Now, you would also have to check to see where they were located at the time, which you can do through the ESI. But the point is that that fleet ID information would be absolutely critical to, like, sorting out after the fact to see who was on what side. Wouldn't it be awesome if every single fleet was already organized on the kill? You know, maybe then you just have to decide, like, okay, well, this fleet was working with this fleet, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah. Eve never put the whole titles thing that MMOs do. See, even so players, I've talked about this before. You know, there's the different types of players. There's killers, there's achievers, there's socializers, and there's explorers. Eve Online for many years was basically controlled by the killers, and that suppressed a lot of achievers. So a lot of stuff that would be good for achievers, players actively attacked and tried to force CCP to not do, right? It's why the old activity tracker didn't have any rewards in it, right? I mean, medals are a thing, but, like, titles are different. So the idea of titles, unless, you know, like, something that's visible, so it's like Ashtarothi the traitor, you know, whatever. Yeah, there are corp assigned titles. You're right. But, yeah, there are some things like that. But the idea of, like, achievement-related titles, you do something in the game and that gets you a title, or any sort of cosmetic stuff like that, is something that the player base historically, and by historically I mean pre-2018, because there's a pretty significant changeover in the philosophy of the EVE player base after How to Search a Low-Sec Gate in Zkill. You just have to look up that system. There's been a lot of pushback to anything that would be like other MMOs, right? So whenever CCP talks about things like achievements, you know, like medals for doing a thing in EVE Online, not just given to you manually by a player or by CCP in very rare circumstances, or things like titles, are things that a lot of people push back on as being not EVE. So these things change, the player base changes, people's decisions about things change, but that's why it doesn't exist now. Yeah, it's the go back to the WoW syndrome. This goes back to that Logi on Killmail thing, right? There are people that have, like, literal PTSD from, not literal PTSD, but basic video game PTSD from their experiences in games like World of Warcraft. And that's why they're here in this game, is because it's not WoW. So as soon as you start saying things like, well, WoW has titles and that's cool, people will push back on that and say, well, that's a very good reason to not have it. Rah! So bear that in mind. But I think that this is a huge step in the right direction. I want more information about this. I want kill marks on these kills, and we will be closely watching this information. The other big thing that's out of this is this idea of an ESI team. I just literally, if you were in comms with me yesterday when I first read this, there are people here that'll be able to vouch for this. I almost teared up. I choked up a little bit when I read this. The idea that there is an ESI team is so huge. You know, CCP has been talking about ESI a lot in the last couple of days, or like during FanFest, and I've been tentatively excited about that. But one of the problems is that for years, the ESI doesn't have anyone dedicated to it, right? So if something is going to happen to the API, it's going to happen because some dev decided to go out of their way during their free time to do something about it. So from invasions to Havoc to skyhooks to whatever, like, I've talked to so many CCP devs where I'm like, hey, why isn't this on the API? And they're like, well, we put in a ticket for it, right? There's a ticket in the backlog in their Jira to build that API endpoint. But if there's no one to pick that up, if there's nobody to work that ticket, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how useful it would be for there to be invasion information available to people outside of the game. It wouldn't matter how useful it would be. Like right now, how did the first 5 insurgencies go? Not just who won, what systems were infected, what systems successfully were corrupted, what systems were defended in the first 5 Havoc insurgencies. I bet you don't know. And the reason why you don't know is because there's basically no records of it. The only reason why we have records of invasions is because of Isabel, honestly. And myself and some of the other people whose names I can't remember off the top of my head, so whatever, that worked really, really hard to track that information, right? So if we go to kybernaut.space, nope, kybernaut.space, we can go to invasions, and we can see here are all of the systems that got invaded during invasions and their final result. These cards exist because there were those of us who would actually go in, and as soon as an invasion started, we would put in the information. So all of this information exists because people manually inserted that information as it was happening in game. If there was nobody to do that, we would not know. I mean, like, obviously the API, like, or the map now shows the final state of some of these things. But, like, for instance, just maybe a minor thing, but we can go here and be like, oops. Oh, I guess we don't know. We don't have massive Edencom fortifications or massive Triglavian invasions anymore because they ended up as final liminalities and fortresses. But we can actually, you could theoretically go back and select any of these systems, and we can see, like, here's the day that this system entered final liminality. And if I logged in, I could see, I could show you the back end or whatever, right? I thought you were going to stop distracting me, Havoc. So this information exists because players were willing to record that stuff. If nobody was willing to record the Havoc information, then there would be no Havoc information. There is no log that I know of the Havoc invasions. If there was an API for it, like, for instance, if we go to aderon.org and go to public tools, faction warfare map, this tool exists because the faction warfare API exists. Why is this not? Why are you being so not done? What's happening? No! Is there something wrong with the log right now? Well, can't show it right now apparently. But this website exists because every 15 minutes we pull the entire Warzone information and store it. And so we can see changes in the system data. So, like, the whole point of this tool originally was because I needed to know when a system came under attack in faction warfare right away, right? So this tracks every 15 minutes, or I guess every 30 minutes now, and it pulls all the information and then does calculations to check which systems are going up in contested value, which ones are going down in contested values. So that way we can see So that way we can see when those changes are happening, and I can track where people are hitting live in the war zone. This exists, and so therefore that historical data exists because the API exists. Same with the Zkill, right? The fact that there's an API means that we can hit that API on a regular basis, and we can maintain a record even if CCP doesn't. So, yeah. Either way, that's enough of that. I could talk about the API and ESI and why it's important for so long, or for forever, but you can guys use Zkill Scanalyzer. Super useful to check out who in your local and who's dangerous, non-dangerous. That's true. And all these tools exist because because the API exists, and then we can create new tools off of it. So I can come here, I can post this. And see, here's in local with me, right? All right. That's enough of that. Actually, since I'm showing off cool stuff, I want to show off this. Let's see if this is working today. Yep. Here's a live map of kills. Is referral not Yagali's? My point, Lorelei, is that information's hard to get, and it would be cool to create a narrative story or to rebuild this stuff. But without that information exposed on the ESI, that information was lost. And even though CCP knew that it would be good to have incursion data or insurgency data on the ESI, if there's no one there to put it, then if there's no one there to change it, if there's no one there to add it to the ESI, then I guess it just doesn't happen, regardless how useful it would be. I need to, we'll look over third-party tools another time, more deeper. The only reason why Frontiers has that mindset of player-created content is because of third-party development around Evo. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, Jeff, because honestly, like, as soon as you start trying to build a thing on a blockchain, like, the whole point of a blockchain is that it's a public-facing ledger. So you either embrace the fact that the information is public or you die. Like, it's kind of built into it that it's got its own natural built-in API, which is one of the cool things about it. But either way, okay. Whew. All that said, let's go ahead and check out the art panel, which apparently I did not set up ahead of time. So let's go ahead and find it. Now, the art panel is by far one of my favorite panels on any given Fanfest. It honestly, of all of the panels that happen in EVE, the art panel is the one that I go back to and reference over and over again, because they do such a good job of kind of showing where they're at and where they're going each time. So, like, for instance, the fire effects that you see that are being added to the game this year were actually first shown off in, I think, 2019. So you can really keep track of how their development is going and where their direction is going as they show stuff off. They show off really early tech. They also show off what they've been doing and giving us a lot more information on the back end about it. So I don't think eFrontiers would have been developed. That is actually a really solid argument, Jeff, actually, that you know, Hilmar, when talking to the investors, likely used the third-party development tools about EVE Online, like Zkill, like Dotland, like all these other things, as like, hey, look what we're already doing. Can you imagine what would happen in a totally democratized game world, which is what eFrontiers is supposed to be working towards. So, yeah, you're right. I think that is actually a very solid point. That's one of the reasons why Hilmar was chosen by the investment firm to be, because remember, eFrontiers exists not because CCP wanted to make eFrontiers and therefore raised the money. There was $50 million bouncing around in the development space looking to commit to making some sort of blockchain-based game, because to them, they want blockchain technology to be proven and effective. And so Hilmar just convinced that investment firm that he was the one that they should invest in, right? So That's another good point. Like, that's an important point where people are like, oh, they shouldn't be working on frontiers. That money wouldn't have been his. If anybody's being scammed out of their money, it's the crypto investors. Here we go. Art panel.
It's time to go on a captivating journey into the artistic essence of EVE Online. Please welcome to the stage CCP Sea Slug, CCP Blue Screen, and CCP Merker.
They didn't steal Jotun for it. Jotun didn't exist. Jotun wasn't with the company. Jotun was hired to do Frontiers. He was just a wormholer, by the way, which he still is, as far as I know.
Good morning, Fanfest.
Counterpoint, Havoc. There was not money in the budget to hire CCP Jotun until those positions were created in order to make EVE Frontiers. And CCP Jotun is an asset for EVE, for CCP outside of EVE Frontiers. I mean, he showed up in Fanfest and other places. So, well, to be fair, Frontiers is one of the topics of the day. So, my opinion, in my opinion, CCP Jotun is CCP Jotun because EVE Frontiers exist, and all of the advantages of having CCP Jotun on that side of the fence comes from them having the money to have that position available, right? So, I don't know. I think that the alternative would be CCP Jotun would still be Mark Resurrectus.
Hello, hello. I'm CCP Merkur.
I'm CCP Seaslug.
I'm CCP Blueskin. Yep.
Before we jump too much into this, can I just say that the three guys on stage, I've met, I think all of them, especially the guy in the middle. He's a good dude. Yeah, let me turn that up real quick. You have never met a geekier crew of EVE Online than these artists. These dudes think about EVE Online on such a nerdy level beyond anything that any of us do. There's a reason why the art team puts out such fantastic quality stuff. Team Trilambda.
And we're here representing...
Also, Team Trilambda is probably the oldest team that has maintained their same name. I think Team Trilambda has been around since like 2011 or something like that. It's wild.
Trilambda, your friendly local pixel-pushing Vortex monkeys.
I'm working
we're
on
very excited to have you here. And happy to be standing upright again, much like the Rorqual, after last night's pub crawl. And today we're going to be looking at the art of EVE, focusing on the work made since last Fanfest and some sneak peeks into the future. Now, over to CSP Bluescreen.
Thank you. I just want to take this time just to applaud CCP Seaslug for this video, really highlighting the detailed work we did on planets last year. It's a good choice. But let's jump right into it. We'll be covering a bunch of stuff today, so buckle up and let's check off the pub crawl hangovers. Might be lingering still, so we're going to go over some stuff like environments, new ships and redesigns, layout system. We're going to look at the skyhooks and planets. We're going to look at some visual effects, bobs, and future projects, and much, much more. So last Fanfest, we left you off with the opening of Sarsak, a whole new environment, new nebulas, new gates, much more. So
giant pyramid thing?
Planets.
What are we talking about? You're talking about this rock? These are very abyssal rocks. The only thing that's weird in here is this. There's a thing there that looks like a little bit like a structure, but I don't really see... Like, this is just a normal, like, Isogen 10 rock, more or less. These are... This looks like stuff that I would see in, like, a major conduit or something. Not quite, but, yeah, this is very much like Triglavian rocks. But, yeah, this thing in here looks a little bit man-made, and that looks like it might be stuff arrayed out inside of it. Is this... You know what... Wait, if you're talking about this big triangle, it's just a rock. Okay, let's not get too wild. This looks honestly like it might even be from one of the Drifter wormholes, like the Asdaja readout or something, but I'm not sure.
We're going to look at some visual effects, bobs, and future projects, and much, much more. So,
Space Mountain.
last Fanfest, we left you off with the opening of Satsak, a whole new environment, new nebulas, new gates, new structures, and just a completely new environment and new dungeons. And that's how we've...
This is actually a great shot. I'm going to pause it right here because I haven't really gotten a chance to show these off on stream yet. These are the new structures in Zarzak. In the middle, you have the Warden, which is, you know, the major MacGuffin plot point over the last year. But here we have the two other structures for the turn-in for the Atavum and for the Infomorphs from the Skyhooks and Mercenary Dens. These were just normal Raituru's, but they've been overhauled to look like more deathless-y stuff.
For a while now, I've been delivering our environment graphics updates is through new environment or new features. But we always wanted to upgrade the existing content as well as some of the old dungeons and old content. That was always the plan. And that brings us to the combat anomaly update that we did. This specifically is a Blood Raider Haven site, and yes, it shows its age, about 20 years now. So we had the combat anomalies in mind as a great candidate for dungeon and environments rework for a long time. As we were looking at different options, we looked into like most visited sites during a specific period of time, and we're looking for like candidates of like sets of dungeons that would work well, like data and relic sites and the combat anomalies. And so we kind of like was set on the combat anomalies, and then it turns out game design was also starting up a project to update the UI and the game mechanics of the combat anomalies. So that was exactly what we needed to get started on this update. So game design, in short, we're looking at adding objectives to the UI and the NPC warp ins, and then just general like data cleanup of all.
This NPC warp ins, guys. Remember when Nullsec freaked out because the ratting got like they put in warp ins because it's more realistic, but then players got mad because the warp in takes time, so they had to actually increase the reward to compensate for the few seconds that you can't kill them because of the warp in. This is a good example of where, in spite of CCP's best efforts, they might do something that makes the player base mad. Which, I mean, to their credit, they fixed it.
All the dungeons as well. So that is 180.
Random sack. The problem there is, how do you create content that is good for groups that isn't just overwhelmed by bots, right, or by multi-boxers? And that's always been the problem. And there are different solutions to that, and they've tried them out in different ways. But that is like why we don't have as many shared anomalies. That said, there's a lot of things in EVE that you can do cooperatively that you don't have to do cooperatively, but you can. Like, for instance, just yesterday, I was doing missions with another guy. I could have easily done the mission solo. He could have easily done the mission solo, but we did it together. And you know what? I had a lot more fun doing those missions with him than I would have if I had just done it by myself. So, made a little bit less money, but had more fun doing it, which is the whole point. And I got to fly around with my friend, which was, if you think about it, the whole point of the exercise.
6 combat anomaly dungeons from null to high security space. And out of those, 102 dungeons, mainly covering nullsec, was getting the...
Yeah, there was a claim that somebody has over 2,000 accounts in FanFest. I'm not doubting that, but I will point out that that was said by a streamer, not by a CCP person. So as far as I'm concerned, that is hearsay secondary knowledge. A streamer has been told about a person who has 2K accounts. Now, that could have been that person telling them about it, but it's a little bit different than a CCP pulled up a thing and put up a stat because they know those numbers. But either way, yes, there are lots of people with lots of accounts.
Gameplay overhaul, so we just wanted to visually update as many of those as we could. And going back to like the visual unique regions for a minute, this is something that we wanted to bring to all regions of EVE, really. So if we look at the Blood Raider Haven site again, for example, this is the Angel variation of that, and this is the Godistas variation of that. And so you get the drift. They don't really look that much apart. So they're different environments in different corners of New Eden, and they look very much the same. And this is unfortunately very common for a lot of our old environments. Like, so this is 5 different pirate sanctums as well.
You know, actually, Jeff, that is a really good point. And I think that if somebody has, that number feels very specific. Now that you've said that, Jeff, I think you're probably right. So back when alphas were first created, I had even suggested that somebody makes, 100 some odd alphas or whatever, however many systems were, I think it was 121 systems in the Warzone at the time. So that way you can put an alpha in every system in the Warzone. So that way you can get eyes into any given system that you want. Now imagine if you seed every single wormhole in the game with an alpha, right? Sure, they can't cloak, but you also can just log them out. So basically, you could log in a character in any wormhole, period, and start scanning the wormholes out. And there's something about that 2,000 number that jumps out at me as being the number of wormholes there are. So, yeah. And again, you don't even need to cycle through them because it's like, oh, I want to get into J blah blah, 009641, right? I just made up a number. All I just need to do is log in that particular alpha and then scan my way out. Especially useful for things like, say, Eve Scout, right? If Eve Scout wanted to take their job, or if Signal Cartel wanted to take their job extra seriously, they could seed an alpha in every single wormhole. I'm sorry, what wormhole are you stuck in? Let me get you out of there real quick.
So we don't only want to update the factional assets in the dungeons, but also like the post-process and the environment settings around them to give them the regions a much more distinct visual theme. So to support this, we had already been expanding our environment asset libraries with stuff like volumetric clouds. So 85.
Well, you don't even need it. Like, you can log them all in, and then you can give titles to all of your accounts, right? So you could, like, this account is called Ash J20094 or whatever, right? And so, like, all I have to do is, I mean, granted, you'd have a giant list of logged in accounts, but also, as long as you use, like, the same password or whatever, all you'd have to do is type in, like, Ash and then the J signature and then type in my password, and then now I have that alpha and I can log it in and go and scan it. It just takes a lot of work to set all that up, obviously. It would take a lot of work to set all that up. But once it's set up, it's set up. And that's a lot of things about EVE Online. EVE Online is a lot of times about setting things up to be useful later, right?
5 new volumetric clouds to be exact for a total of 140. Have a small video of some of them. Just check it out.
Seeding them would be a nightmare. Keeping track of them, not so much. If you do it right. Trinity music is right.
Nice.
Volumetric clouds has got to be one of those more controversial things they've been doing. People still complain about it being bad for their video card. Update your video card. I don't know. I like the volumetric clouds. My big concern about volumetric clouds is when you zoom out, it looks kind of goofy that it's like this little concise thing. But, that's just me.
Yeah, cool. So these are super nice to use, and we complement them with also new particle clouds that complement these very well. We added 55 of those. So those two together with post-process and...
Well, the Abyss gets away with it because they lock your camera in so you can't zoom out anymore. There has been times when you can break the camera in the Abyss and zoom out, and let me tell you, it looks goofy as hell.
And the asteroids as well really goes a long way to set regions apart. So this was the generic asteroid set we added not that long ago, and then we have the snake and coral asteroid set.
Yeah, okay, and we might do that, but probably not today.
And then we added 2 new sets as well to these. 2 new sets of set-rating asteroids.
I do really like the big rocks.
We have enough to start fleshing out the different regions of New Eden. And the combat anomalies are excellent for this purpose because the pirate faction presence is regional. So we have Serpentis in Glenda space, Charistus in Kaldari space, Blood Raider and Sansa in Amar space, and Angels in Minmatar space. And then, of course, the rogue drones are everywhere. There we are. Yeah. So we can use different environment assets to for these different regions, and like so. And further, we can use different post-processors to identify the individual ones. And now we have the basis for uniquely dressed regional regions, and we combine these with these the Pine faction specific visuals and post-processed templates, and you get something like this. Like for the rogue drones, it's a bit different because they're everywhere. We kind of wanted to give them something, so we built them this set of like asteroid like infestors attachments, so they can basically go and make any environment their own, like so.
It doesn't surprise me at all. There are always people asking for walking in stations. It's one of those things that, like, the moment they took it out, suddenly everybody wanted it, even though less than, like, 2% of people even had it turned on. I think it has more to do with the fact that people think about the potential of what walking in stations could have or should have been, rather than what was there.
So this works really well.
This looks cool as fuck, though. I love this.
Let's have a short look at how this all turned out.
It isn't even that what was delivered wasn't good. It was that it was abandoned because of other problems. See Summer of Rage. I did a video about it. Did we discuss why we're chilling in Vegeta? Tomorrow. Excitement. We'll see. These look good. These look really good. Yeah. It would be cool if they just added back, like... Real talk. So what I would like to see is, and I've asked this for CCP before, the problem is that your character is saved as effectively a morph on a base body, right? So, like, using something like Tri-Exporter, you can extract all of the models from EVE Online. So, like, to jump over to this really quick, you can see, like, in my original video here, you can see the Ikitursa flying around my logo. This Ikitursa is directly a model from the game itself, extracted via Tri-Exporter. I did put the ball on there for the weapon because the default doesn't have weapons on there. But, like, this, I didn't model this Ikitursa. I pulled the model from the game. And you can do that with all of the models with Tri-Exporter, and there are libraries available where people have already extracted basically all the models. It's how whenever they come in, it's called Tri-Exporter. Hold on. Tri-Exporter, as in like triangle exporter. So, you know, this is how, like, when the World Arc was first introduced, we were able to look at the World Arc before it even was fully available, because as soon as they put it in, we were able to extract the model and look at it. Now, there's a whole process of trying to get the skin, like the colors, the textures on the ship itself, but that's a whole nother story. However, your character, you can't just extract your character model in the same way, because if you pulled out your character model, all it is basically a morph on the base model, right? So, no, Vanguard's later. So what I would love to see CCP do is help enable a tool that allows us to extract our models out of the game, double extra points if it is pre-rigged. Because if I could pull Ashtarothi out, I could make a VTube avatar with it. I could make my own movies with it. I could, you know, we could look at your character versus other ships. You know, you could show a ship getting destroyed and your character getting blown out the airlock if you wanted to. Like, that's what I want, more than just walking in stations. Hold on, let me turn this back on audio. Otherwise, I will forget and tomorrow will be wrong. And then back to this. Okay. And back to the stream. I don't think CCP wants us extracting ship models, do they? They don't care. In fact, they have helped in the past with doing it. It's more one of those things that, like, they don't go out of their way to make it easy. And people have at various times figured out various levels of being able to do this. I'm not up on, like, the latest on how these things are done. But the key here is that CCP as an institution doesn't really have an opinion on the matter. It's about whether or not you can pin down a dev that cares one way or another, like an individual dev. God, these Rogue Drone sites look good, right? Well, when you get potted, you have a corpse.
Nice, thank you. So moving a little bit from the common anomalies, but staying in the factional variation lane. Historically, we've been using just factional presets, color presets to represent different factions of same like structural asset variation. But now we have some additional tools to much better like show the differences here. So instead of this just changing factional colors as here, we can now use those tools to add, a structural variation as well to these structures. So this is example of a base Caldari Navy structure that gets the ore preset, right? But also then it gets, structural components like crates, containers, tanks and stuff like that, cranes, which is super cool.
This is basically the same tech that they use to put all of the doodads on the Navy issued destroyers and the Navy issued dreadnoughts versus the regular ones. Basically, they can affix doodads to base models.
We can use the same.
Now, and I actually haven't watched this entire video yet, but one of the things that they've talked about in previous episodes or previous FanFests is the idea that, like, when you put armor plates on your ship, you'll be able to visually see the armor plates, like, chunk onto the side of the ship.
If we wanted to do a deathless variation of a Minmatar fleet structure, for instance, so just applying the deathless faction preset doesn't really achieve the deathless look at all, but if we use the same tool to add a layer of deathless superstructure, like the exoskeleton and pipes and wires, then it works. You can see the same up here, up close.
Yeah.
So
I would
really
call it kit bashing, but yeah.
So the tool we're using for this is the layout system. We talked about this, development of this before, but are now actively using it on a much broader scale. And so CCP C-Slug here is going to talk a little bit more about the present uses of this awesome tool. There you go.
Thank you very much. So
That's what I'm talking about. This is cool.
the layout system initially made its debut in the upwell hangars, but it was used to an insane degree in the Fulcrum for the Deathless. There, everything is kind of made in separate parts, separate bits and pieces, and then assembled in engine instead of a normal 3D package like we would have done before. We made a large, library of assets that we kind of can puzzle together, kind of like Legos. And you can see, the Caldari and Minmatar, different factions. Since then, it's been used in many different places in space, notably the Skyhook. The Skyhook is a single combined asset that swaps at the lower platform and upper platform, or no, the core of the upper platform that you can see there. And it depends on what resource it's harvesting. So whether it's population, lava, workforce, etc. It was a pretty complicated asset. It had to have a lot of different loading bars depending on what it was harvesting. But the
I doubt it hinders much involving performance, because the calculations of what's supposed to be there is like a one-time thing, and then it's just rendered normally. It shouldn't affect performance much. At most, if it was to affect performance, it would affect it right as you're loading that asset, right? As you're warping in, there might be a momentary hitch as it assembles everything. But if you think about it, it already has to assemble everything for any sort of thing that it's populating into the server. It's just a matter of how customizable it is. So this is not a performance problem, as I would say. But you will get lag spikes whenever you're loading grids because it's trying to populate all of the stuff that's on the grid, regardless of how that stuff is assembled.
The layout system kind of helped solving a lot of those problems so we could do it on the fly, because it had to be a single asset depending on the planet, how big it was, etc. Another example of the layout system in space is the mercenary den, which is kind of similar to the asset that Blue Screen was showing you earlier. With all that, my favorite part of the skyhook is this little loading bar. It shows the workforce amount the skyhook is currently supporting. Do we go overboard on the detail? Yeah, maybe. But it's still pretty cool. I like it.
I love the amount of detail that they put into this game, knowing that most players will never notice most of it, but it's there, and I love it. Did you know that there is the JITA monument, sorry, the EVE Online monument in Reykjavik is also on JITA 44 station?
So, back over to Blue Screen.
Yeah. So, thank you, Tisna. So, while we're on the skyhook, that was an interesting project for many reasons. It posed some challenges that we didn't originally anticipate, because right off the bat we wanted to use the placement of the skyhooks to create some really cool close-up visuals with the planets. And so we wanted to establish a workable distance, a close distance from the skyhook to the planet surface. So something like this, where you also get the experience of the scale of the bigger planet versus the smaller ones. But it turned out not to be as simple as we had anticipated originally. We just thought, we'll find a distance, I'll just work, should be fine. So here we have placed 20,000 kilometers off the surface of a gas giant, which is the biggest planet in EVE, and that's great. But if we use that same distance, say for a barren planet, it doesn't really work that well anymore. So this didn't work. Okay, so that's the first thing we found out. We got to figure out a better way to do this. So what if we go the other way? This is 1,000 kilometers off the surface of a barren planet, and what if we just use that one going up, so to the gas giant? So that doesn't really work either. You're basically on the surface of the planet, and you even see the polygons of the planet sphere there on the right.
Wow,
so
that
you
is
just
bad.
get way too close. So the problem we have here just becomes the enormous scale difference on the planets in EVE. In this case, we're talking specifically about the planets in Null, because where these skyhooks were deployed. So we had a fun time playing around with the scales of these things. Here, for example, is the sky.
That's actually not true. Group weapons still calculate individually.
Claw.
It is true. So the question was, can you confirm information about lag spikes and amount of high active modules? I think CCP tried to lower the lag by making trig ships have only one active weapon. I don't think that's true. I think that the closest thing to that was that it used to be that drones, like drone ships, could have 10 drones in space. And drones do take extra work. So they actually limited the fact that all ships have only 5 drones now or less was a direct result of performance issues in the earliest of EVE. Have not heard anything about that when it comes to group weapons. But yeah, group weapons are actually still individually calculated. Also, when missiles first, like in the old days of missiles, if you had your missiles grouped, because missiles are also an entity in the game. Missiles are true, where like each missile has a little entity that exists that flies. So it used to be that when you grouped your missiles together, it only shot one missile out. Now, obviously, it shoots all the missiles out. That was like in 2013. So clearly they don't have that issue anymore with performance.
Coming soon, TM. Which was a happy accident doing this. But again, the scale was something we really had to figure out. So looking at the variance of planets in Null, starting from the smallest one,
yep,
the barren planets, and going to lava, ocean, plasma, terrestrial, and storm, ice. And then finally, the biggest gas giant in nullsec. You see the size different from the barren planet on the right and the gas giant on the left there. So that's what we had to figure out. in the end, we ended up with a logarithmic increase in distance from surface against the planet radius, or that's how I thought we did it, actually. This is how I remember it when I created this presentation here. I did double check with our distant expert on the matter, software engineer, CCP OX 3000. And so she was the one responsible for figuring out this distance calculation. And she remembered it a little bit differently than I remember it. You can ask her about this if you meet her, but she will not be here today because she just had a baby today. So let's give her congratulations to CCP OX 3000. That's amazing. So,
You want to know how nerdy the fucking Eve art team is? Her name is CCP OX 3000, which is great, which is an amazing name.
welcome, Lena. And yes, but she remembered it more, something like this, which is almost exactly what I showed you before. That's slightly different. So to put it simply, there was no one size fits all, so we had to end up with one distance calculations for planet with a radius below 12,000 kilometers and another calculation for planets bigger than that. So that worked really nicely to create like scenes that would create like not underwhelming small planets and not overwhelmingly big, but you still get the distance. So then we're done, ready, ship, right? We're all good. We have the planet's distance in, and then we saw what some of our planets looked like up close, and that changed the thing a little bit. It gave us a little bit of a different issue. So looking at our ice planets, for instance, they sorely lack the detail and variation surface. The surface are just the surface variations are just too large and bland. And this is both due to low texture resolution and outdated shaders. Barren planets was not in a much better place. They kind of all just look the same. The overall color of the planet, that's mainly what's changing, and not a lot in the variation either. So our planet texture resolution in space is 2K, but actually we did introduce 4K textures back in 2010 with planetary interaction, or planetary industry. But they were only used in PI mode. Those textures. So we started by changing that. Now all textures use 4K, all planets use 4K textures, both in space and in PI mode. And we also did a pass on those textures, sharpening them up, removing any artifacts, reauthoring where needed, and stuff like that. So a lot of work went into updating the planet presets as well, which is just all the color settings and shader settings. They had broken over time due to changes in our engine. And so without going into details of all the planet, we can take a gas giant, for example. There's many textures that goes into the surface of a planet. So we added, for instance, new noise maps to get better detail and distortion and gas storms and the gas storms. So just updating the main band textures, for instance, we go from what we have on the left to the updated version on the right, where we also have much better control of color. Then we create new and better resolution noise textures for the surface. And just by that, we go from left to right again. And we create updated distortion textures to create larger storms and distortion blending between the different gas bands.
Okay, I had to look it up just in case, just for a little bit of nerdiness. The OX 3000 is an error, which means stop code based on incorrect or failed installation or installation of software that may have left invalid entries in system elements. So, like, it's basically... I think it's largely a rendering error, which is probably one of the whole things. But like, my point is that it's a very, very niche, nerdy thing to call yourself.
So in the end, when we put all this together, we go from this to that with the new gas plates.
That does look good.
Yeah. So
there is no self-destruct hotkey, mostly because, like, under normal conditions, you won't need to do that on the fly. Oh, that is a good point. Today, they did update the tourism track. It is still possible to do it. It's just they cut the value, the reward for it, in half. So it's now a lot, like, it's not as profitable to do it as an individual, and it takes a lot longer to do it as a group, but it is absolutely still viable. And it is the most surefire way to collect event points, although other methods are now probably better, faster ways as long as you're willing to do them. Yes, it's 5 points now per system instead of 10 points. But the good news is that that fix likely will make it, like, they probably won't remove it outright. They'll probably leave that the way it is, hopefully. But yeah, it's still absolutely doable, but less reward. It takes longer, and if you can do things like the exploration sites or the combat sites, it's going to be a lot faster to do them that way now than the tourism track. So yeah.
So we went out from old to new, and this was a similar overhaul with the Baron ones, for instance, just getting a huge upgrade in definition, color variation, and we get like much more interesting planets to discover out there. The ice planet, we got rid of the ice yarn ball look and got some actual details in the surfaces as well back. It's just worked out really nicely. The terrestrials got a pass as well. The shorelines really got better, and we also got more variation. We added some colder planets with snow and ice. Also, the lava planets got much better rocky surface details, got better definition of the plasma or the lava areas. The same with the plasma planets, which are very technically similar to lava planets. Also just got much better definition. We got a separate material area for the plasma and the lava as well, which really helped also to set that more apart from the rocky surface. And for the plasma ones, we added a little bit extra of effects to the surface as well. Some like plasma storms and eruptions.
That is actually a good point. We should check it out. Maybe today. I will say that the Squall skin has a lot of cool effects on it that aren't necessarily visible. So it might be worth putting up a buy order in Jita, because obviously the price of them are going to go up over time. So if you do like the Squall, the skin itself has some cool stuff. We'll probably look at the effects in a little bit.
Options there.
Actually, I'll start heading over to go grab my Squall.
And so if we return to our original Skyhook scene, we see if the work paid off. So we're a lot more happy with that, and we need to get this close to planets. Again, like the shorelines and the details in the ocean were back on the terrestrial planets. And the ice ball planets, yes, that became a lot better as well. Yeah. So, thank you. That was a cool project. That was good fun. So what's next for Eve on the horizon of our environment? Something big, actually, shortly mentioned in the keynote yesterday, but we are in pre-production of one of the biggest universe upgrades we've undertaken in Eve for many, many years, which will bring linear lighting and HDR nebulas to Eve. So yeah, this is going to bring a lot more realistic lighting and a wider range of dynamic and richer colors, and we're just super excited to bring this. It's going to be super cool. It's a lot of work ahead of us to get this rolling, but it's going to be cool. And as a result of us introducing both linear lighting and the HDR nebulas, we'll also be bringing a completely new and reworked post-process system. So this will also give us a ton of new options and possibilities that we don't have with our old one, and make more granular post-processing scenes and changes. Additionally, we are going to need to rework all the in-game effects, and that doesn't mean re-authoring them and making more. It's just making sure that they work with the linear lighting and the new light system. So a lot like transparency. It's going to have a problem once we update this, so we have to go through the effect shaders and just make sure that everything keeps looking like it looks today.
What that tells me is that there's going to be all kinds of little edge case bugs where suddenly you'll be able to see like this giant block around a cloud because the transparency is wrong. It's going to be great.
Basically. And last but not least, we are going to have to update all of our planets again. So that's great. But that's okay. That's okay. Then we can just circle back and do some of the things we didn't get done in the first pass, like moons and storm planets, for instance. And we also get to look at things that we wanted to add or fix to the existing planets that we didn't get done the first time around. What those things are exactly is not set in stone yet. We're looking at options like adding more reflection to planets. This might be a bit much, but like this is water reflection and taken to the max. But that could be really cool once we.
Marbles in space. I could, it'd actually be kind of cool if there's a solid flat ice planet that was reflective.
Tweak it a little bit. Another thing that we would like to update with our new PBR shaders is the atmosphere. Our current implementation of planet atmosphere is very simplistic and limited in its capabilities, and with the PBR and linear lighting, we can upgrade that to be much more accurate and reactive to the actual environment, both on the surface and around the planet. But
That
we can
looks
also
so
try
good.
and look a little bit further than the planet itself. Another thing we really want to look at sometime in the future is also to make planets more representative of the specific environment they find themselves in. So, for example, where in the solar system are they located in relation to their star? Most temperate planets in Eve have visuals suggesting that they're just placed in the habitable zone, so they just kind of look like Earth. But it's easy to imagine planets changing depending on their proximity to its stars. So is it close, water evaporating, intense heat from its star, creating a rocky and arid surface? Or is it flourishing, rich on water and liquids, maybe on even sustaining life somewhere in the habitable zone? Or is it far away from its star, out in the cold, on the fringes of space, like frozen, covered in snow and ice? So stuff like this would be cool to actually represent how the planets are placed. Excellent.
So you might not have heard like that kind of came out a little bit quiet, but what you heard shouted from the audience was Space Pope approved. And this is important because the Space Pope, as they pointed out, the current oldest living Pope, but the Space Pope is Max Singularity, who is a player of EVE Online. And the key here is that Max Singularity actually works for NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And he's the guy who wrote the physics of EVE in 2015 or whatever it was, talking about things like the PEG and subspace and all that kind of stuff, and how our ships warp, how structures stay stable in space, etc., etc. So this guy's very much he's even had presentations in the past where he's brought the Mars one of the rovers, the prototypes from NASA. So getting the Space Pope to yell out Space Pope approved when doing your planets, I'm sure felt really, really good for the art team.
And another variable also that you can consider is what type of star.
It doesn't sound like they're changing the types of planets. That'd be a pretty big thing, and that'd be more design than visual. This is the art team. They don't get to make mechanical changes like that.
Does your planet orbit? So most of our planets reflect what we know from planet orbiting a yellow star like our own. But what would temperate planets look like orbiting different color stars, like a blue star, for example? Right, so if we change that up there, then we got the blue star. So, a much hotter star, maybe creating a completely different landscape to what we know from Earth.
Don't planets rotate? I'm pretty sure planets do rotate. They just don't orbit. And Vanguard doesn't have to account for all of them. They only have to account for the ones they support, which are mostly temperate and such. But maybe. But yeah, no. So things in New Eden, orbital, celestial bodies, are static, and the reason why is because if they moved, all of your bookmarks would get messed up, right? All of the stations, everything would be in different positions. So no, things do not move in space. Now, if you watch my Eve iceberg video, you know that there is a very deep conspiracy theory that some catastrophic event occurred in the past. Maybe the Talican, in their process of doing things like W477 TAC-P and Anoikis, actually froze the orbital bodies of New Eden, which is why they are the way they are now. And we don't talk about it because it's just been that way for so long that the people that live in New Eden don't even realize that it should be different. They don't even realize that planets should orbit their star. All we know is that they don't. That said, if you read Chronicles and stuff, they don't back that up, right? I'm pretty sure planets are described as orbiting and stuff like that in many of the Chronicles.
So that kind of variation is something we really want to add. But if we go back for a second to our Earth-like planet, there are other things, smaller things we just want to add as well in the future. A couple examples here. Let's see. For instance, we could add stuff like poles to planets would be nice, to the terrestrial planets. And just more variation to our planets in general. So, you know, it's been a long time since the visuals of Eve planets were established, and much has been discovered since then. So a lot more variations in our planet would be nice also when you are out exploring and discovering new stuff. So we have been busy on this stuff, and we will be busy on this. This is a while out, but we are busy already converting the foundations of the universe. We have a sandbox set up with linear lighting and the process of converting on all our nebulas to HDR. And so with that, it might be time for something different than planets. CCP C-Slug.
Okay, I'm going to pause it right here and transition back into Eve. This is the Squall skin from Fanfest. They should still be available on the market in Jita. Hopefully for pretty cheap, because anybody who watched the stream during Fanfest, which was a few thousand people, got it. You'll have to check yourself, but you could still probably get it for relatively reasonably priced. Let's clean up the ship a little bit and look at it. So, you know, it's a pretty cool pattern. This is what we saw before when we were able to look at it, but it was pointed out to me that you have opinions about Max. Yeah, I understand, Lorelight. But we can see, so there's cool purple lighting on it. But my understanding is that it really shines when we enter warp. So let's go ahead and do that.
Warp drive active.
30 million, not bad. It does have like a purple tracers on the bottom here. That's pretty cool. That is really cool. And then... is it not going to do it? Wait, I thought somebody said that there was like numbers or something. Hold on. I do like the lines tracing in the background. That's pretty cool. Wait. That does not show glowing yellow numbers behind the... oh! Cool! Yeah, it says YC127 there. So we can go start moving. Prop on. So, I mean, it's got some cool stuff to it, but I could definitely, like... I wouldn't break my bank over it, necessarily. Let's see, hold on. Yeah, so these yellow dots on the bottom here, those are also from the skin, so I don't know if those react to something. Let's try to slow down. Maybe it's speed related. Oh, there's also bars right here. Maybe it's health related. That'd be really cool. Does anybody know? Yes, the market ticker skins are cooler, even though they're not actually reflecting of real market stuff. So, we've got the 127. No problem. Let's go ahead and warp back and watch those numbers again then.
Active.
Could be inventory load. Could be. That'd be a pretty big piece of information for them to put on there. Oh yeah, there it is. Look, look, they light up yellow. That's actually pretty fucking cool. Like it lit up one letter at a time.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh yeah, and there's like little stripes in the front. There's cool effects. I like it. I wouldn't necessarily break my bank over it. And I do like my custom skin quite a bit. Again, I really wish I could add particle effects from a skin and then add it to my Paragon Hub skin. Because, like, if I could have that, like, purple flowback but have it be red on this ship, like, that'd be sweet, wouldn't it? Saving my bank. Yeah. Snake hat or bust. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, damn. God, these cinematic intros are so cool looking. So yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good skin as far as like Fanfest skins go. But if you didn't get it, I wouldn't necessarily cry. There's no cat ears, exactly. Yeah, they do want to add that tech to structures, which is why I'm surprised that we haven't heard much about that again. It's interesting I didn't get the puff of air effect. Let's see. Yeah, all my... Well, hold on. For some reason, my volumetric effect quality was turned down. So let's try that. Let's do it again. I don't know about puffs of smoke. But that did look cooler. That's do I have particles off? Wait. Oh shit, what the fuck is this? Wait, why do I have all these things checked off? Why do I have things turned off? I apologize, everyone. I have been presenting you a much worse version of EVE Online, apparently. Ugh. Let's try this one more time. Still looks good. Ah, there's the puffs. I see the puffs of smoke. I can't believe that I had those turned off. Gah. Unforgivable. Just like my stream the other day. Ugh. All right. That's enough of that. Don't let the Space Pope know that you had SFX turned off. I can't believe it. Well, now I want to go run more Abyss because it'll look prettier. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's go. Where were we? Hold on, let's go back a little bit.
We are busy already converting the foundations of the universe. We have a sandbox set up with linear lighting and the process of converting on all our nebulas to HDR. And so with that, it might be time for something different than planets, CCP Sea-Slug.
All right, spaceships. So, modernization being the name of the game, a project was kicked off to redesign a few very widely used cruisers in New Eden, namely the Celestis, Thorax, Mauler, Omen, and Scythe. With Eve now striding towards being a quarter of a century old, some of the assets are starting to look a little dated, especially in contrast with other new assets, especially when it comes to like model quality, animations, etc.
I think that you could argue that all T1 is widely used.
But we wanted to create like a really nice package that a lot of capsuleers would get to appreciate, touching on this group of ships. It was very important for us to adhere to the original silhouettes, staying true to the ship character, making sure they were still recognizable in space, even though sometimes strange design choices had been made in the past. Yeah. So, important part of this was to make
That's how toasters work, right? When you push it back down, it sucks the toast back into the toaster. Everybody knows
the
that.
attack areas feel like they had functionality, like proper weapon platforms, faction-themed boosters, and like fun greebles and antennas and stuff that moves, that like follows when the ship changes states, like when it's coming in and out of warp. Pulling it all
Black
together
holes are like toasters.
with some handcrafted textures and tileable textures
Golly.
as well allowed us to really pack these ships with nice detail. Pretty juicy. But redesigning the cruisers was a really good opportunity to also attack the Tech 2 hulls, since in the past they hadn't always gotten the really, like...
It would be cool for there to be a Skinner component that allows us to put text on the side of our ship. How do I marry a ship?
Love they deserve.
I don't know. The Thorax looks like a pretty good ship for a girl to have as a companion. That's all I'm going to say.
They maybe got an extra booster, extra antenna, and another color scheme. So we redesigned all the Tech 2 variants.
Text on ship is a risky
adds
move.
up to 13 new unique hulls. And since the Tech 1 hulls were ready, we really could kind of push the
no judgment
Tech 2
here.
versions to make them truly shine. Now, these ships look how they feel how they look, reflecting their roles in space, whether it be like supercharged logistics, abyssal damage output.
So, to be honest, I know everybody's very like this is sexy, but let's talk about that for a little second. First of all, if you have text on ships, like the person has to type in the text, so you already could filter it to make sure that they don't put certain words on. But then remember, people are paying Plex to make these skins, and if you make a skin that ends up being like not okay, they could just pull the skin, and now you're out the Plex. Sucks to suck.
Or maximum assault efficiency. I like this one. It's juicy.
That is cool.
The whole collection is going to be coming with the Legion expansion, ready to cross.
Okay. So they said that these are all of the ships. There's a reason why I'm like... I have one question that keeps coming up when it comes to these ships, which is what is going to happen... Well, I've got two questions. One, what happens with Skinner with these ships? But more importantly, number two, where is the Vigilant? Right? Like, you have the Deimos, the Phobos, and the Thorax. The Vigilant uses the same model, but in all of these videos, they haven't shown the Vigilant. So I don't know if it's just going to be a black Thorax, or if it's still going to use the old model, or what. Like, I find it very odd with how much they're showing off all this stuff. They're not showing off... Wait, also the Scythe Fleet issue. Scythe Fleet issue is not on here either. There is no... That's the only Navy issue version that's here, right? Oh, no, there is an Omen Navy issue. Yeah, so Omen Navy issue is also not on here. Doesn't Serpentis use basic model with Serp skin? Yes, that's true. But that's my point, is that, like... I don't know. It's weird that they're not on here, is all I'm saying.
Cause some proper carnage in space.
God, that looks good. So they can be the same, but they don't have to be. Like even with the Navy ships, right? If we look at it in all of the newer Navy ships, they have a bunch of extra doodads attached to it. So again, it's kind of weird to me for them to redo the Scythe without also redoing the Sight Fleet issue and, you know, the Omen without the Omen Navy issue, considering the difference between the Catalyst and the Catalyst Navy issue, or the, you know, the Naglfar and the Naglfar Fleet issue. You know, the fact that they don't even mention it at all is weird to me. It makes me think that maybe they hadn't even, like, totally digested that, but we'll see. We still have 3 weeks.
Thank you.
As far as Skinner goes, here's the thing. Behind the scenes, a Skinner has a DNA, which determines, like, these are the colors, these are the elements, and these are the alignment details for those elements, right? And it's kind of packaged in there. And then on the fly, that DNA gets applied to the ship to show the skin, which is why, like, sometimes with Skinner, you can get these bugs where, like, things get out of alignment or whatever because of the way it's stored. They fixed most of those so far. So I assume that what's going to happen is they're just not going to address it at all. And the new the new model is just going to have the old DNA applied to it. And they're hoping that that will be good enough for most skins, with the idea that you can just remake them again if you don't like it.
But while some ships were being made anew, others called for being made from recycled parts. The Deathless
This
went
part I
thrifty,
like.
did some DIY on the living room floor, assembling from the leftover parts from the Minmatar and Caldari production lines. The Cenotaph was the first one to be created. It kind of drew the lines for what the Deathless would look like. We start out with propulsion from Drake and Sleipnir.
I love this part because we literally did this when if you guys remember, going all the way back to when these ships were first announced, we literally looked at the ships and we're like, "Oh my God, that's like the engines from the Drake, the head of the Ferox, and like over there's this piece." And so, like, to get confirmation about that in this, I thought it was really warm and fuzzy.
The heart of a Ferox, cruiser support from a Bellicose and a Rupture, and then the crown jewel of a Tornado for balance. All held together with the Deathless exoskeletal tech. Then, on the kitchen counter, a
This is the one that we were able to, like, it's very obvious this is a Corax front.
Folos was being created. We start off with Thrasher propulsion. Then we add in a little slasher navigation and power it with the engine of a Swipple. In a separate bowl, we add 2 eggs, 3 cups flour, and the body of a jackdaw. A little bit of a breacher, and then the front fell off a Corax, so that got added as well.
Front fell off a Corax.
Bake at 1500 degrees for 40 hours, and just like that, we have a Tholos. The exoskeletons of both ships look and feel functional, and they were like a really good driver for any animations they would perform. But embracing tileable shared textures has kind of changed our approach to ship creation in the last couple of years. It increases textile density, it increases detail, and now we can spend less time on technicalities, which has resulted in a bigger output of assets with higher graphical quality. And these are all the released playable hulls since Havocs. So, with a quick recap, the upwell.
Oh, since we're talking about the visuals and we're talking about they just showed off the Dread, there is a thing that I wanted to show you guys. Shoot, is it here? I'll go look it up. I'll go try to find it again. Never mind.
Made the shipline of industrial with teeth. These have no custom textures, only shared tileable maps and lots of polygons. The Deathless brought the invisible killers, and now even the drifters have some fierce adversaries for Capsuleers to fight.
Yeah.
There is a frigate, which is entirely also made with tileable textures, no custom texturing there. A Tech 2 battleship, and a Drifter Dread that spawns in the Nexus Point site for Capsuleer Day.
new old Svipul alternative. Does the Mecha Ball work for that? I've played around with the Mecha Ball a little bit. I've yet to be overly satisfied with its performance. But this thing looks sick.
Additionally, the triangle people not wanting to be left out.
Yeah, that is a good catch there. They mentioned the Tech 2 Drifter battleship.
Which is entirely also made with tileable textures, no custom texturing there. A Tech 2 battleship.
A Tech 2 battleship. Hold on. Here is the concept art for the battleship. We can see that it has the 4 spikes in the back and 1 spike at the bottom. But the new one has a whole bunch of extra spikes on the side. So yeah, this is definitely a much cleaner, more polished, and spikier version of the Drifter battleship. I want to talk to you more about that later, Zach, because I am interested in Macaballs being good. This, these are already in the game. Well, I don't know about the Drifter battleship, but the Drifter Dread is currently the main boss in the Nexus sites.
Additionally, the triangle people not wanting to be left out. We'll be providing a new vessel to undock. It used to be a video, but it's a cool picture. It's closely based on the Leshak hull. It can equip a Bastion module and do lots
I don't know.
of damage.
We don't know.
Then,
we didn't get any
as you might
confirmation of
recall,
that.
A few expansions back, the Angel Cartel brought the Mecha Ball Destroyer, Kisrael Battlecruiser, and the daunting, baked good-shaped Assyrial Titan. Finally, like you saw yesterday, rounding off the Angel Cartel ship line was teased last Fanfest, right there. The Sarathiel.
I swear to God, there were people that noticed that back then, and I think I brushed it off, like the things down here as being something else. But yeah, you could see apparently they're making the dreads, and I'm pretty sure somebody was like, "Oh my God, look at that! It's the dreads or whatever," and I was like, Psh, "No."
Finally, like you saw yesterday, rounding off the Angel Cartel ship line was teased last Fanfest, right there. The Sarathiel.
I love the jets going towards the armor plates during the siege mode. Yeah, opening up for siege. That looks angry.
And
That said, though, hold on. There is something interesting I want to show you guys, though, which is, did you know, yeah, the old Angel concepts that were very close to the Titan and Dread also had a carrier concept art? That is correct, DOE. This is the Angel Carrier concept design that came from the same exact panel as the other two ships, the Titan and the Dread. That said, did you know that there already has been an Angel Dread added to EVE Online on Serenity? And this is the thing that I find very interesting. Because, like, this is something that's already been added to the game. It's been there. And it's not the one that we got. So they didn't reuse the same ship. allow me to introduce you to the Gabriel. This is Serenity's version of the Dreadnought, of the Sarathiel that we are going to get. Now, obviously, it doesn't have as much, or it doesn't have the same bonuses. It has different bonuses and stuff. Oh, yeah, I guess this is registered as a Colossus, whatever the hell a Colossus is. I guess that's a good point. So this isn't technically the Dread. That's good. But I do want to show, like, this is what it looks like. And this is what it looks like entering into warp. So I think that they could easily just, it's a battleship with HOD cap guns. Okay, great. So it's mechanically different, but what we can see here is, like, I'd accept this as the carrier, right? I think that the Kizriel already took a lot of the carrier's design, but I think here, this is, I would accept this as a carrier.
Now I'm going to give it over to Mr. Becker over here.
I got to get water real quick.
So, what's cooking in the vibrant world of EVE visual effects? Well, the same as usual, as it's pretty crazy to be working on a game that's in its 3rd decade of live operation. One of our main goals being to continually bring you a more modern, dynamic, and reactive visual experience. And a really cool way that we did that last year was showing more ambient police and pirate presence via corruption, via your actions in faction warfare. Dynamically visualizing your impact on the universe. And it's so cool when we get to do stuff like that, that brings visual change to the landscape of the world by your hand. But, of course, one of the main places in EVE where you change the landscape is Nullsec, where you batter each other's structures into oblivion when you're not too busy enjoying snacking on blue donuts. So, when we needed to set up explosions for these new structures, we thought, why not use the opportunity and update some of our Citadel explosions? Blowing stuff up.
See, this is the kind of stuff that, like, every time they do stuff like this, people are complaining, like, this doesn't do anything for anybody. Who cares about this stuff? I'm so glad that CCP constantly ignores everybody who says that.
It's a big part of the fun, after all. Now, we've also been working on some of our fundamentals. As you may know, we started updating the frigates a while back to include more spotlights and lighting. And a big driver in that is making ships more visually reactive to these different situations, like making them change when you go into warp, or having a specific look that it goes into when it's docked, turning on the docking lights. Now, we're planning on extending this to all ships in the game, of course, in due course. But the way we were doing it was very cumbersome, authoring-wise, as well as needlessly expensive on the rendering side. So we started creating something we coined smart light sets. Now, ideally, when it works, you're not going to see much of a difference from the old lights, except they'll be much more performant for us, and much more performant for you, and much more easier and quicker for us to author onto so many ships. Out of this work also comes the ability to do fun stuff with instanced meshes that can, in the future, become parts of better-looking explosions.
Mesh-based particles are really cool.
Just more stuff, in dungeons and space where maybe battles have happened. So
it would be really cool for there to be debris fields that as your ship flies through it, they bounced off. This is cool. This is so cool. Like, this isn't like a real thing. This is just them showing it off, but like you can see the lighting interacting with the particle meshes.
Or debris fields, just more stuff, in dungeons and space where maybe battles have happened. So it opens up for some cool stuff in the future, and will enhance the performance of a lot of the ship's effects and lighting and dressing across the board. And will sort of serve also as the foundation for the next generation of our internal FX propagation tool, which we use to dress all sorts of things, like the gas emissions you might have seen on the cinematic shipboarding we developed last year, which made it much more of an actual awesome moment when you board a new ship for the first time.
What gas emissions?
And
I
you
don't
can
see any
imagine
gas
for a new
emissions.
player that's getting into that, into a cruiser for the first time. It can be a very exciting moment. Or even for you veterans, when you're jumping into a new ship that is just about to come out.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So it just adds this super nice polished moments for those occasions.
God, the thorax looks so goddamn good.
And you can always re-trigger the cinematic by right-clicking your ship to see it in a cool way. And it's also great for just, showcasing your skin creations, for example. And when players were streaming this on release, the team was just huddled around the TV watching Twitch streams. It was so amazing that the players were literally going through ship after ship after ship after ship. We went for coffee and came back later, and it's like they're still doing it. Literally going through hundreds of ships in their hangars. Now, looking ahead, we got some cool stuff cooking for you. But a while back, in the year 2019, we had this slide in Vegas. What did I write? Hashtag far, far, far future stuff, no promises, okay. Well, guess that title was pretty true, since it's been 6 years. Well, we finally figured out a way to do it, and the plan is for it to release within the Legion expansion era, so most likely sometime in the fall. But what's the idea? Well, when your ship goes into hull damage, fires will start to appear, trailing behind your ships, if you're moving fast, on high shader quality. And we try to make sure that you'll be able to see it at a distance, so it has visual impact on the overall scene of battle. And so you can tell, at a glance, hey, that ship over there, it's in hull damage, and even before you target it. Now, here we then start to go into warp, and it's got its quirks in certain situations, and you'll find them.
I mean, as I said before, DOE, is that, like, one of the things that you got to remember is that this is not a winter expansion, this is a summer expansion, right? So this isn't a Havoc or an Uprising, it's a Viridian or Equinox level expansion. So it is a lot more administrative, but the new projects are a big deal. There's new sites that are available that are coming. The new exploration sites, new exploration escalations, 2 new ships. There's the new map. There's a lot of pieces to this that is coming. That I agree that a lot of it is going to be coming throughout the expansion, not necessarily on the 27th. And a lot of it may not necessarily. It's hard to sell as a new thing, as far as as opposed to polish or quality of life. And it's hard to argue that a balance change is a new thing. But as far as having impact on the game, even something like the surgical strike changes being reverted is going to have a big impact on how things work. So, I mean, it's one of those situations where, and this is true about pretty much any EVE expansion, if you want to poo-poo an expansion, it's not hard to, right? What was Havoc? Well, actually, no, Havoc was a whole insurgency thing. So, but that's a bad one. But Viridian, Equinox, these didn't add a whole bunch of stuff, especially on the day of release, that you would think of that way. But they set often these pieces, especially this expansion, I think, are going to be pieces that we're going to feel and talk about for years to come, right? Retribution wasn't a huge expansion as far as new things being added to the game. And yet, I still refer to it all the time to this day because of how much impact it had on the balance of things. So, I mean, we could argue about it if you want. If people want to try to say that there isn't that much to this game, to this expansion, I feel like you could say that with most expansions. But overall, I think that this expansion will likely deliver in more to people on a day-to-day life than a lot of other expansions have.
But it still feels pretty good overall. And in the warp and jump tunnels, the fires kind of just
That looks cool.
Go away for the
These
most part.
fires. Speaking of cool stuff that's being added, this fire stuff. This is actually low key one of the things I'm most excited about.
You'll find them. But it still feels pretty good overall. And in the warp and jump tunnels, the fires kind of just
That looks so good.
go away for the most part. But you can see some glowing stuff there. And we're warping. It takes forever. Let's go a little faster. Whee! And we land, and the fires will reappear. Also, when you're using speed boosting modules, the fires will trail more and stretch backwards, which will make things look pretty epic. Now, another thing when building something like this is scale across the board. So the smallest ships will have a maximum of 1 fire, which will look...
I mean, to put it to you bluntly, there's a lot of people that are minimizing the public contract or the public opportunities thing, but it very much has the potential to be like there was the game before freelance projects and the game after freelance projects. I think it's going to change the way that we think about the game, think about organization, think about activities within the game in an incredibly foundational way. And so, yeah, I think that if there's anything that I think that the freelance projects might function as a turning point for EVE.
a lot larger in relation to the ship. Bigger ships than that will have 2, and then around the size of battleships, we'll be looking at around 3 fires before facing total obliteration. Ships in the very large and capital category get another one, and then the Chunguses, the good time boys, the Titans, get up to 6 fires, and they get much smaller. Yeah, the larger the ship, smaller the fire is in relation to it. To give it that ever important sense of scale. Well, now that we have finally actually have fires back on ships in EVE again.
Did he?
What's going?
That's weird. I think that it is also true that freelance projects, as they come out, are going to be relatively limited in scope. The biggest use case that I can still think of is that faction warfare use case. Like, I don't know how much our organization is going to use public freelance contracts or freelance projects as an organization. We'll still have to look into that. But, you know, again, these are foundational things. Equinox, not Havoc.
What's going to happen when you enter a hangar?
Or Equinox,
well,
not Retribution,
they
I
should
should
enter
say.
the hangar on fire, right? Makes sense. But it wouldn't make a lot of sense for a station to leave a ship on fire in their hangar forever, would it? Right? So we decided to have drone bobs come and put out the fires, or as we like to call them, fire bobs. So these will be tending to all of your hangar-related fire emergencies, making sure that your egregious lack of proper fire containment safety protocol does not accidentally spread to the rest of the...
Low-key, this is my favorite piece of the expansion. The idea... I'm going to go out there in my hull Newt Tristan, and I'm going to kill somebody, and I'm going to have fire blasting out of my fucking hull Newt Tristan, because I'm in Hull, because... yeah, and then I dock up, and these fire bobs come out and like extinguish my flames and stuff, and start repairing pieces together. God, I cannot. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. May not be for you. I'm just going to be geeky for a second. Cannot wait.
Station. Now, just because your ship is no longer on fire, it doesn't mean it isn't still damaged, which is why you'll start to see lingering like gas smoke there coming out from the points it was on fire after they've been put out. Not to mention, you can still see all that actual damage on your ship, and if you undock at this point, of course, the fires will reignite because you haven't repaired your ship. Now, for the shipboarding cinematic,
The question, will it be in NPC stations? Yes, bobs are in NPC stations.
we created a bunch of these faction-based bobs, so those show up in the respective faction hangars, and once in a semi-random while to scan your ship, adding some ambient life to the hangars. We also quickly bashed out mini versions of those for the Upwell hangar small platform and the smaller ships in general in the racial hangars. So now that we already have inspector bobs and technical bobs and fire bobs are coming, it starts to feel like Bob Supremacy 2025. Bobs everywhere. So once that fire on your ship has been put out, and you do decide to repair it, why not repair bobs too?
So they say that you can undock after this happens and don't wait for the animation. I'm going to wait. Motherfuckers are going to be like, hey, get out here. And I'm going to be like, sorry, man. Got to let the bobs repair my ship. These look so cool. It looks so cool. Yeah. We can't interrupt the bob.
Now, these are all small moments that add to the overall polish of the game, but it's important
Biggest nerf to shield tanks in the history of EVE Online.
to note that there are no changes to gameplay timings with this. It's just visual polish. If you undock immediately after repairing, then you are repaired when you undock. Of course, you might have noticed those ambient inspection bobs flying around your ships since December, I think it was. The repair bobs will be getting the same treatment and showing up once in a while too.
So what I want is, like, every once in a while the scanner bobs come out and then, like, one of them flies up to the camera and, like, scans your camera and then flies away. That'd be so cool.
Check up on your ship just to make sure it's completely space-worthy, you know. Can't just be sitting there. And that, you know, also adds this extra layer.
Also, wouldn't it be cool if, like, armor reps involved, like, when you turn on your armor reps or when you took damage, little bobs shot out from the side of your ship and start repairing you live? Yeah. We need you now for Logi. Oh, I'm sorry. My bob isn't done. I can't undock yet. What are you talking about? There's no mechanics for waiting for Bob. There is in my heart.
Another extra layer of life to the hangars, which we really love to see. So what kind of bobs would you like to see in the future? Cargo delivery bobs? Bobs that come and fit turrets to your ship? Companion bob?
Companion Bob.
Space bob? Yeah. Let us know what you're thinking. Skin bob? Yeah. But when is it coming?
Companion Bobs, like, unironically, would be the closest that we've gotten to cat ears in a long time. Because, like, if you guys don't know, the same April Fool's Day joke that talked about the cat ears also had Eric, your assistant. Hold on, let me see if I can find that real quick. EVE Online Eric. So we have Eric, your experienced, robust, interactive companion, as well as, and it says here, like, you've been mining for quite some time now. Would you like to speak to someone? Or perhaps I can assist in refreshments and entertainment? And it's bringing you exotic dancers, some drugs, and a scientist. The route to Jita looks quite busy tonight. Have you tried setting a course to Rancer instead? Yikes. It looks like you're trying to gank that guy. Can I help? And it looks like you died. That was a pretty stupid idea, wasn't it? And then down here we see that there is special companion drones, and then the pod choker and the Bast and Anubis drone augmenting equipment. This is all I want for Christmas. Bring it, please.
Well, at the moment, the plan is to release this little goodie package in August in an update to Legion inside its expansion era, including the smoke and fire and repair and fire bobs, as well as the first usage of smart light sets on a battle.
So what he's saying is that this stuff is not the stuff that's coming on the 27th, but it is coming at some point during this expansion.
Ships. And to double check our sanity and harden the feature before release, please come and help us out with a mass test of the feature on CC, the smoke and fire, which will happen sometime in the next couple of months. And we'll send out more information when we get closer. Well, we've almost come to the end. And as usual, we'll end with a little, highlight video. But if you're here at Fanfest, come and see us at the Art Corner if you have any questions. And if you didn't make it here this year, Do post your thoughts and ideas on the forums and Reddit. We do check it, and we try and fix as much as we can in the time we have. Now, let's wrap this up.
So low-key, this was the moment that interested me the most in the art panel. Now, I will confess, I believe that what we're seeing here is just the art team being fun with stuff, right? But the key here is that right now all skins are just on the actual ship. Like, it doesn't change the model. Any given ship only has one model, right? So changing your skin doesn't necessarily change your model. This is the first time I've ever seen a Skinner effect where it changes the model during the effect. Whether or not that's something that we're going to get, I don't know, but it's cool to see it. That whole thing about T2 drifter ships, I think, might be interesting in the long run, but we don't know anything now. Yep, I want drifter blops. For years, people have been like, oh, we want a Triglavian Black Ops. I'm like, no, you don't. You want a Drifter Black Ops and a Triglavian Marauder. We're halfway there, boys. Not soon enough, Bourbon. That's my answer.
Thank you.
I guess the thing is that, like, if they had thought about the Vigilant and the Omen Navy issue and the Scythe Fleet issue, it'd behoove them to put them on the screen there, because it would make it look like there's more ships being involved, right? Like, it doesn't really, there's no value to them to not bring them up. It's just, I want to know why they didn't get included. We are watching the art panel and the Vanguard panel, which this is over now. So we're going to skip to the Vanguard panel. That was it for the art panel. We actually didn't get as many, like, previews of what's coming, like, distant things than we usually do. I was kind of disappointed in that. We also, I would love to see, you know, getting back to some of those things, like putting bulky plates on your ship or anything like that. We didn't get a follow-up with any of that either, which is kind of disappointing. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's go back to the beginning of this one. There we go.
Fanfest only.
I think, yeah, face to face. Pretty good. Yeah. Getting in. Joy.
There we go. Time for Vanguard.
Awaken, Vanguard. Please welcome to the stage CCP Collins.
Hi.
Have a good night. Have it.
Hello, hello. All right. Hello there. God, I still can't see all of you. God. Okay. Right. When I was on the stage yesterday, it was commented that I may have sworn a bit too much. Yeah. Can I get a cheer if you don't mind me swearing? Fucking yeah!
People giving him shit for swearing during the keynote. Golly, man. I even had people comment about it. It's like, so I had somebody commenting about how it's limiting a vocabulary. No, telling people that they can't swear is limiting vocabulary, right? Like, obviously, if all you do is say, you know, swear words as a way instead of using other words, but like, come on, guys. We're not gentle snowflakes. It's okay. CCP is a bunch of Vikings. Let's remember that. Like, Fanfest is not, it's not Disneyland. It's full of alcohol and swearing, okay? And ganking people.
Let's go! All right. Okay, if you don't know, I'm CCP Collins. I'm the game director of Vanguard. I'm one of 4 people who are going to be presenting to you today. We've got 55 minutes of nothing but Vanguard. We could spend some time maybe talking about, you know, the past and everything that's led to this moment, but frankly, we haven't got enough time. We're going to talk about nothing today but the future of Vanguard. Now, yeah, all right, thank you. Okay, so we went through this yesterday. I'm not going to give you the full spiel. Hopefully everyone was tuning in to the keynote that was yesterday. But we are making a multiplayer online first-person shooter, right? Not just that big FPS that we talked about. We're making something that's fully persistent, social, and player-driven that exists within that world of New Eden, that shared world that we're leading to. It is my pleasure to remind everyone, because this doesn't feel like an announcement anymore, that we are launching into early access on Steam and directly through the EVE launcher in summer 2026. So who's excited for that? Yeah! Awesome. EVE Vanguard live 24/7, which is scary but super, super exciting. You will be able to play the game this September, 16th of September. But what we're really going to go through today is what you're going to play in early access, what that experience is going to be like. We're going to be talking about the narrative.
I'm going to ask everybody directly because they talk about it. So I'm going to link this here.
You ascend from the ash.
Shh. So if everybody can go to that link right there and log into Steam, please wish list Vanguard, because they're going to be giving us rewards based on how many people wish list it.
And player journey that we're baking into that experience. Bastions and I'm going to say it again, the Warbage. I got a lot of shit for that. Yeah. New meme in work already created. The Warbage, the corrupted worlds that you'll be deploying down to, and the changes in approach that we have to make to populate New Eden with worlds much more faster than we've ever done before. And we're going to be talking about how we're going to continue to push and evolve combat. Those weapons that you're going to have in your hand that you all felt in your bones yesterday, and the new enemies that you're going to be shooting at as well. So let's just kick off, shall we? Starting with that narrative. So you, as a Vanguard, are a digital immortal consciousness. You have been recaptured and reconstructed by the Deathless and placed into a new generation of war clones. These are war clones created using some existing technology and some, apologies for the Salt Bay, secret Jovian spice. One clap, thank you, one clap. I love the energy, thank you. But whilst you have been given new life by the Deathless, you do not have to serve the Deathless. What alliances and feuds with any factions and organizations is, and the journey that you take as a player and as a Vanguard, is of your choosing. Your existence alone as a free agent is enough to shake at the roots of the existing power structures within New Eden. But first, you do have to prove yourself and prove that you are worthy of that free agency. New players will be introduced to the world through an opening cinematic, introducing to their universe and their place within it, and they'll see their Vanguard board a drop pod, lock in, and descend down to the surface of hell. A landscape midst in conflict, midst in...
There is a certain amount of, like, while I watched all of the presentations about Vanguard over Fanfest, you could totally feel like, hey guys, I hear that people like to drop into hell. You know, we're gonna go into hell.
The center of war. Mordu's Legion under the employ of Upwell are destabilizing local populations all throughout planets of New Eden, tearing down ecosystems, evacuating villages, all to clear the way for mass
We're
amounts of
diving into hell.
resources to be extracted from planets.
I hear you guys
to
love
keep up
diving
the
into
existing
hell.
structures that keep the engines of Eve online and New Eden turning.
Heck divers.
It will be your first test to go down into this environment, disrupt these operations, and prove that you have enough to earn your free agency as a Vanguard in New Eden. This opening segment of the game will not just be a single deployment. It will be multiple deployments, introducing various aspects to the game steadily and carefully to you all over time, each with beats in between, introducing objectives, rewards, and importantly, narrative beats. We've created a system to help deliver this that we're calling commissions.
Just because we're seeing some questions in chat, I want to take a step back and say that what's going on here is that, you know, obviously CCP has been working on a shooter for a long time. The best example of this was Dust 514, which was basically 2011 to 2013 or so, as a kind of first-person shooter with set pieces and stuff. Capture the territory type gameplay. However, they've bounced between different ideas since then about where to do or where to go with this whole shooter concept. And what Vanguard is they're conceptualizing it not as a separate game, but rather as an extension to EVE Online. So while there is, like, you know, if you think about it, there's the flying in space game mode in EVE, there's the PI interface in EVE. Well, now there's the planetary, like, drop down on planets and raid them in EVE. So even though Vanguard is technically a separate game, it is conceptualized from the beginning as being part of EVE Online, both, like, conceptually and mechanically. So obviously we're working towards that, but, you know, they've made sure that Vanguard impacted EVE from day one, and they've always sold Vanguard as being the FPS component of EVE Online, as opposed to a separate game.
Commissions are a way for us to introduce more character, more of the universe to you as a player in Vanguard, bringing New Eden to you in your doorstep.
Yeah, Vanguard, as we've seen it, has basically been an extraction shooter that has some links to EVE through mechanics. However, step by step, they've actually taken us further and further away from that as just the core concept. And it seems like they built the extraction shooter as a good foundation, but that is not where they're ending with this. And so a lot of this has to do with, like, kind of where it goes beyond just the extraction shooter concept.
You'll be interacting with different actors and NPCs representing different factions and alliances.
My understanding is this is a big part of what Demiurge worked on, yeah.
You'll be taking on a commission from a particular organization, but you choose in which way the narrative flows based on things.
Well, so Smile for the Internet says that all of the maps in Vanguard so far have wrecks on them, which doesn't feel like Dust maps were clean. We feel like a cleanup crew. So a lot of that partially has to do with, like, the context of where Vanguard is right now. In universe, the Deathless has been developing his new clone soldiers to function as mercenaries to kind of become the mechanism by which wars are fought. So as of right now, our lens into Vanguard has been something has happened, like a bowhead has crashed on a planet, which creates this gold rush of opportunity, and people are sending things down to that to make it into a focus, a point of interest, right? So that's why kind of all the maps that we've seen for Vanguard so far have effectively been like some disasters happened, and now we're scuttling over it like cockroaches trying to gain whatever resources happen to be there, resources, secrets, etc. I assume that as this expands out, and they talk about in this keynote where they make it so that the maps are, you know, they're easier to make more maps and maps on the fly, which we're going to, I have opinions about people's opinions when we get to that part. But I think it makes sense so far for, like, the set pieces that we've been going over to be like a bowhead crash, and now everybody wants to get, like, the resources that were there, or the skyhook got destroyed and everybody's going to go figure out what the mysteries of the skyhook is.
things like where you want that to go, whether it's a branching narrative, I want the narrative to evolve this way, or even if it fits into certain playstyles. This is about me killing things, this is about me gathering things. But the path that you choose along that commission is up to you. Even for September, we're aiming to have 10 different commission trees, all from different factions, alliances, and organizations all throughout New Eden. So you really get to choose and carve out your own path there while you're playing. But there's an elephant in the room. I talked about bastions yesterday, and I kind of left it on a bit of a cliffhanger. So who would like to hear a mini TED talk on what a bastion is and how it's... All right, okay.
Well, Wizard, pay attention, because what you just talked about, I want every temperate Baron planet in the game to be made into a Rust-style server. This right here is where you're going to get to what you just talked about. I don't know if it's for sure going to be that way, but this Bastion idea is basically where you're going with that thought.
Nice. So when we talk about Vanguard as an MMO FPS, Bastions is at the key of the motivations, purpose, and meta of what we mean of Vanguard as a, let's just say, Momophopus. Let's change it there as well. A Momophopus. But what is a Bastion? So a Bastion is a hub of sorts, a gathering point for Vanguard. It is a digital realm where you, as an immortal consciousness, excuse me, dry mouth, pub crawl coming back to haunt me, where you, as an immortal digital consciousness, can reside in with other Vanguard. These bastions are strewn all throughout the universe and have their own circle of influence. This circle of influence includes planets that you can deploy to, each with their own unique resources, unique enemy types, unique security levels, and being built up from a base biome type. We have a few biomes in the game at the moment, such as the scarred wreckage, barren landscapes, and the more verdant archipelago. There's a third one that we're building that we'll be teasing a little later in this presentation as well. But each bastion will have its own leaderboards. Who are the top dogs of that bastion? Who's getting the most kills? Who's contributing to the most? Whether that's an individual or a corporation. They'll have their own unique NPCs giving out unique...
In the past, when somebody on stage has needed a drink of something in FanFest, they'll bring them a beer instead of water. But yeah.
Unique commissions, access to different manufacturing and unique markets, and even unique metas. The planets a particular bastion has access to might not be rife in the resources as need to make ballistic ammo for ballistic weapons. So the meta starts to shift away from ballistics into weapons where the ammo type can be more readily created. As players at a bastion go and complete commissions, contracts, gather resources, they will level that bastion up, increasing its circle of influence, increasing the number of planets that you can deploy to, each with their own unique resources.
Hey, Malik. Oh, actually, broadly, here's a good one. Malik's point just brought up another point, which is this is a side thing about EVE Online. Right now, it is Capsuleer Day. And as part of Capsuleer Day, people are getting Glamourix boosters. Glamourix boosters boost standings. So I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a pitch where the Sisters of Eve Epic Arc can be done every 4 months by someone. And at the end of the SOE Epic Arc, it gives you a large boost to faction standings. Faction standings are incredibly strong because, they do influence taxes when it comes to, like, market purchasing stuff on the market in those areas. But also, like, for instance, since Ash has 5.0 standings with both the Galente and the Mimitar, that means I can pull missions for any agent in the Galente and Mimitar. Doesn't matter what my personal standings with them are. Doesn't matter what my corporation standings with them are. My faction standings makes it so I can pull any agent. And let me tell you, that is slick. So also, in addition to that, if you get below -2 standings, like by doing missions that target a specific empire, you will want to fix that so that way you don't come under fire or have problems within those areas of space. If you get below -2, you actually get locked out of that faction's missions. And if you start getting below -2 towards -5, you start having trouble in more and more systems in that empire space. So faction standings, very important for fixing that kind of thing. The cool thing about this is you So the faction standings that you get from the SOE Epic Arc do not derive. So if you get a big boost to Galente faction standings, it doesn't come with a big penalty to Caldari faction standings, where most of the time it would. Like if you're doing career, or if you do storyline missions or faction warfare or any of those other ways of getting faction standings, normally you get a compensatory negative standings to the enemy faction. Now, obviously, it's not equal based on what skills you have, etc. But the point is that the SOE does not derive, so it's just a bonus to one of the faction of your choosing. The second thing is this faction bonus from SOE Epic Arc, and all of the Epic Arcs, by the way. Epic Arcs are a really good way of getting faction standings if you're trying to get Angel faction standings or Gris's faction standings to be able to join the militias or any faction standings for any reason. The Glamorix booster does boost your faction standings gains from those places. Another good example is the Merc. I don't know what I was about to say, but the third thing is that faction standings can be shared within the Epic Arcs. So if someone has low faction standings, they can actually pay somebody else, and as long as they're in the fleet, when the person turns in that final mission that gives them the faction boost, the person in the fleet with them will also get that faction boost, and that person in the fleet can also use their own Glamorix booster to boost how much standings they get. So there are people out there that will pay you to run the SOE Epic Arc for them, so that way it can fix their standings. So there's lots of opportunities right now, both as individuals and socials, to use those Glamorix boosters to get that faction bonus. Also, people who do burner missions. These Glamorix boosters are very valuable to burner mission people because they often have to reject missions, so they get hits to their standings. The Glamorix boosters make it so that the few missions they do manage to do beef up their faction standings. Beef up their faction standings, beef up their standings bonuses, so that way they don't fall out from being able to no longer accept those missions. Glamorix boosters are not always available. One of the few times that they are for sure available is during Capsuleer Day events like now, so something to keep an eye on. Also, Random Sec says, anyone who wants to boost their standings with the Blood Raiders and Delve, contact him on our Discord, Sakaru. We can !COE to get, that is the link to the Discord. Hop on there if you want to get Blood Raider faction standings. There is an in-game channel for the SOE Epic Arc trade, but I don't remember what it is either.
Resources, unique enemies, and unique challenges. They will level that bastion up, increasing its circle of influence, increasing the number of planets that you can deploy to, each with their own unique resources, unique enemies, and unique challenges. But fail to keep a bastion going, and over time that will degrade, and you will lose access to certain planets as that circle of influence starts to shrink. Bastions will be strewn throughout all of the universe of New Eden, and where they are in different space will feel different. Different leaderboards, different metas, different NPCs, different commissions. A bastion in a Mars space, a bastion in Galente space will feel very different from one another.
I really like this idea because it allows them to like set up different rule sets and different priority systems. Oh yeah, Strange. Yeah, absolutely. Come, just hit me up afterwards. I want to make sure to. I didn't want to give you a non-answer. It is kind of like districts, but it allows them to like put totally different rule sets into each one of them. And, you know, I think that for those of us who are interested in like that social component to it, the Bastion is that player-built town that we could theoretically do. So I think there's a lot of potential in this Bastion thing. There's a lot of risk in it too. But just the idea that they can have different rule sets, different availabilities of different items in different areas, I think is going to be pretty good for the game overall, but also introduce the idea that, like, just like Eve, right? Different things are available for different costs in Amar than in Jita, and this just naturally happens and causes opportunities for people to alter that balance by bringing things from Jita and selling them in Amar. And so I hope that this kind of enters into that world where we can influence the nature of these bastions, not only from participating in the bastions in Vanguard, but also participating from Eve, right? Maybe we're supplying the stuff that a bastion needs to allow them to have those resources be available. I do see a bit of a problem with players joining a player-built bastion because players need to understand the Eve players grief them. Well, yeah, there's definitely lots of questions here. Although, honestly, like, there is a certain amount of, like, yeah, players are going to grief other players. EVE Online is a game in which social communities evolve and adapt and build in spite of that fact, right? Like, players grief people in EVE. That doesn't mean that we don't have alliances, right? You just, like, there are the possibility of negative experiences, but that makes the positive experiences and the positive social structures that you make even more important. If there was no way for people to be bad to one another through a bastion, then it wouldn't fucking matter which bastion you join. But given the fact that people can be bad to one another, that makes selection of who you spend time with, who you trust, so much more important. And friction creates friendships, just like Wizard said. But if somebody grieves me in Eve, I can grief them back. If my Eve, if an Eve ship griefs a bastion, the Vanguard can't grief back. If I'm doing PI and someone blows up my epithal, I can't grief them back. I'm playing we're playing two different games in the same. We're playing two different games in the same sandbox. I'm doing my PI. He's doing PvP. I cannot from my PvE or from my PI world do something to the guy that's attacking my epithal. But we all live in the same environment. There could be things in which a Capsuleer could do something to a Vanguard that a Vanguard can't necessarily do back to a Capsuleer, but those are just different game modes of the same game. That Vanguard guy could hire an Eve player or even have an Eve alt that gets their revenge in a different way, you know?
Can transition from one bastion to another. After all, you are a digital immortal consciousness. You can jump clone from one bastion to another. But your gear,
yes,
your power, maybe even your reputation does not carry so easily.
I can has orbital bombardment.
And may take time to travel from one bastion to another. Traveling to a new bastion might feel like a bit of a soft reset, having to rely on your skill alone to bootstrap back up your wealth that you had before. And traveling from one high-level bastion, where the meta might be entirely different, you have access to different commissions and markets, going to another bastion may feel entirely different overall. And you might see in the top right-hand corner here as well, the circle of influence of bastions can overlap, and then we get into bastion conflict. Insurgencies and being able to deploy down to them, like we had in the Groundbreak event in November, you'll still be able to deploy down and take part in insurgencies regardless of the bastion that you are in. For early access launch next year, we'll have a handful of NPC bastions ready for you. These are bastions that we...
So this is part one of something that I talked about, I think, the other stream, which is, like, when we did this whole Drifter Crisis stuff, it was noted that the SOE have kind of stayed out of the actual Crisis event. They weren't one of the major pushers during the Race for the Hive. They've kind of been laying low. Now, it was pointed out by Malik that one of the reasons why they've been laying low is because they've been closely tied to the Deathless, actually, through net resonators and other meetings and stuff over the last couple of years as the Deathless has emerged as a major player. But one thing that I did notice was they didn't draw a lot of attention to it in the presentations at Fanfest. But it's kind of remarkable about how often the Sisters of Eve show up in these presentations as like a matter of fact that, hey, look, of the two NPC bastions, it's not going to be Deathless and Mordu. It's going to be Deathless and SOE. I wonder why that is.
Have created. Hypothetically, these could be bastions of the Deathless or the Sisters of Eve, representing different factions or organizations within the universe. But During early access, this is the exciting bit, this is where it gets really spicy. During early access and beyond, we want you as players and corporations to build your own bastions. Go out into pockets of space, build your own bastion, gather your own community of Vanguard, and start increasing your circle of influence, and start fighting with those that may start encroaching on your turf.
I am both incredibly nervous about player bastions and incredibly excited about player bastions. I'm nervous about it because given what they've talked about with bastions, it makes sense for them to make it like an NPC thing where they can control the rules and have different metas. The idea that players would build their own bastions and kind of naturally evolve these kinds of processes that they want in the other places. I'm not even worried about TTP. I'm just more worried about it sucking or being generic, right? Like, I'm worried about them actually being able to do something, build up towards something, and have that meta be different. I'm not actually worried about time to penis. I'm worried about time to optimal meta, right? If you allow players to customize their territory, then they're not going to build it to look cool or, you know, whatever. They're going to build whatever the most efficient farming, grinding thing is, regardless of how fun it is. And that's just going to be the meta, right? Like, that's more of what I'm worried about than giant pink dildo structures. Because honestly, if you want to do giant pink dildo structures, go for it. Whatever. Who cares? But this does actually go back to like what I was talking about before with Josh Rife Hayes, where he talks about the more freedom that you give to players, the less they're going to follow the guidelines of things. It's not going to, people aren't going to just buy into the aesthetics of the universe. You're going to get garish, ugly, out of place stuff, which maybe in an sci-fi universe like Eve is not as big of a problem, you know, but like there's a lot to consider when it comes to player built stuff. That said, this being like an advanced version of player built housing, I think is fantastic. Can you imagine if me and a bunch of my friends, like I could see us get into Vanguard just so that we could build up a bastion, right? Just so that we could build up our own place to walk around with each other, walk around with each other in, etc., etc. Like I could see that being like a replacement for walking in stations, right? If the bastion is something we can care about, go out, get trophies, bring them back. You know, this has so much potential for awesome.
Bastions as well is an incredible opportunity for us to create social spaces. Who wants a social space in their MMO? In a digital realm where you exist in the Vanguard, we want you.
So, okay. Here's the thing, okay? This area, imagine, just in your head of heads, imagine this area, and it's not like that you are this guy, right? So it's this huge, I mean, we've been to landmarks before, so this is clearly a landmark. They have a big statue in the background, this giant map, and you're able to move around. Here's the secret, okay? Vanguard is made in Unreal. Do you know how long it took for people to come out with a functional, playable version of Oblivion Remastered VR? Hours. It was within the day. We had people showing off active, fully playable VR versions of Unreal, or of Oblivion, because Unreal is a very open project and you can just inject it into it. Now, you probably wouldn't be able to run around in Vanguard and shoot things, and you would not be very good at it if you could. But if you could make public spaces for you to walk around in Vanguard, you should be able to absolutely be able to inject a thing so that way I could go in and see this place for myself. I don't care. That's what I want. You may not agree with me. I don't care. I will play the entire game. I will go out and I will learn how to be a good first-person shooter pilot. I will go buy a new Titan in Eve. I will do whatever the fuck I need to do so that way I can jump into VR and walk around in a VR space in Eve better yet, a VR space that I have developed. I have spent so much time in No Man's Sky looking around, capturing new planets, building new facilities, not because I actually need it for the supplies or anything like that, but because I know that as soon as I'm done building this, I'm going to hop into VR and then go on vacation and just sit there and watch the planets drift by in my new cool, like, you know, retirement home. That's right. Imagine us doing our alliance meetings in universe where we're all sitting there and I've got like my PowerPoint presentation. Oh, all right. Yeah. No. There will be people blowing it up, which will make me sad, but you know, that's the nature of the game, right? That's what we have to accept to get to play in this sandbox.
Yes, you, not alone there, but be walking around and interacting with other Vanguard at your bastion, chatting to them, strategizing, squadding up, and maybe even trading. We think that's really important as to what Vanguard is as an MMORPG. RPG? Oh, did I say RPG? Sorry, MMOFPS, Momophopus. There we go. With some RPG elements, social spaces, who knows, right. But the world of Vanguard is still very physical. Your weapons, your equipment, your suits are something that do not necessarily exist in the digital realm. You will need a physical jumping point to deploy from when you are deploying down to the surface of planets. Cool. To talk about that and more, I welcome to the stage CCP Vipex, Art Director of Vanguard.
Hello, Fanfest! I am CCP Vipex, and I'm excited to finally talk about the art direction of Vanguard. So who wants to see some art? Yeah! Sit. But first, the war barge. What is the war barge?
I'm going to call mine the war beige and color it brown.
The war barge is our brand new front-end experience where you live in between deployments to make all your fitting decisions. The war barge journey begins with witnessing the creation of your clone in an artificial birth.
One thing that is kind of weird about the war barge concept here that they're talking about is like they're kind of stepping away from the fulcrum virtuality thing, right? Because like theoretically you wouldn't even like the war barge is useful for the deployment of the physical clones, but you exist in the fulcrum, right?
Pool. The future ambition is this is where you can choose between a number of clones depending on your playstyle. After choosing your clone, you descend into a lower chamber or...
Very, very Vanguard. Choose from any of these 8 identical weapons.
The war barge, where you are presented with your very own weapon locker. This is a space where in future you'll be able to organize your locker how you wish. I know that this weapon locker has 8 Core 80s, but I promise that this will get fruitier for early access and be...
Well, okay, so lore-wise, everyone is in the fulcrum, right? You never leave the fulcrum. The Vanguard clones, at least it seems to be, that basically the consciousness in the fulcrum projects into the physical body and puppets it until it dies, in which case it returns back to the fulcrum. So, at least that's a lot how the Upwell clones work. So, but, yeah. The virtuality in the fulcrum is the home, and it uses connections through the warden to allow people to basically project their consciousnesses into the various soldiers. Yes, please, like the stream.
Beyond. CCP Massey will talk about the future of weapons.
Well, one of the things that they've tried to specify is that, like, while the Deathless is providing this technology, the Deathless doesn't really care who's working for it. So, or who you're working for. So, like, different war clones could get different contracts, even. The Deathless doesn't actually care who wins. He just cares that you use his tool to fight your war. They might be able to build it out more, but of course, people will have to build out their own virtualities and their own connections. Which, of course, you know, now that everybody's hacked the warden, maybe that is possible. It's true. It could very well be that the Bastion involves building your own virtuality.
A little later. Now, the future ambition is for us to choose between several suits that you have collected over many moons of playing Vanguard. After selecting your suit, this will be where you can go deeper into customization by choosing different skins based on your personal taste. Once you and your squad are ready for deployment, you will have the opportunity to show off your hard-earned equipment by stepping into your casket to descend towards hell. Now, this animation mock-up gives you a taste of what the front-end experience will feel like as you transition between Warbarge menus. The long-term ambition is that these spaces will be available for you to freely walk around in. Suits. He wants to see some suits. Woo! Now, we want players to have many options to choose from, but I know CCP Collins showed this concept yesterday, so I'm going to need you to pretend that you're seeing this for the first time, okay? Can I get a drum roll? This is where we currently are.
I think it's funny. So, like, that response, by the way, for those of you who were not watching the previous streams, when they had such a please clap moment, like, when he put this on, you could tell that when he was presenting it, he expected people to, like, cheer, but this is just concept art, and so there was just silence, and he was like, yeah, hey, 07, thank you, Dr. Peter Quill, for those 5 gifted memberships. It helps those who've watched the stream, and it very much helps the stream itself. It makes me able to do all of this. Thank you so much. I've said before, transitioning to not having my son here means I have to get more done, and also the stream has to, let's be frank, make more money in order for me to be able to continue what I'm doing. So very much thank you to Dr. Peter Quill and everyone else who has been taking the extra step to support the stream through gifted subs, super likes, super chats, it's, becoming a member, buying merch. It means so much. So on behalf of everyone who enjoys my content, thank you so much.
What you see here is progress of our smallest Vanguard
That was
character.
you? Huh.
Vanguard.
Wait, so just to double check, CSSU command, you're Sawdeath, right? Sawdeath has been very big into the shooter stuff, been keeping track of Vanguard, and he's one of the people that when we watched some of the background stuff from the new stuff being shown in Vanguard, you can hear him talking. He's been on the bleeding edge of the Vanguard development space.
Characters in general will come in all shapes and sizes, but even the smallest suit is built to create chaos. Talking about chaos, we are very excited to talk about the opportunity for you to experience what it feels like to step foot on the many planets of New Eden from a first-person perspective. Different biomes allow you to even see how big the diversity of New Eden really is, just on one planet. Now, fallen wreckage infects planets like a virus. But the key component to environments of Vanguard is experiencing what it feels.
Jeff, I've got good news for you. I almost guarantee you that there will be stealth melee builds because you are not the only person that feels that way. Back in original Nova, or Vanguard rather, or Dust 514, there was Nova Knives, who was really big into the game and was even a member of the CPM for a while. Trust me, stealthy, like, assassin builds are always something that gets brought up and advocated for.
Feels like to walk around gigaton.
Yeah, that looks very earthy. Not gonna lie. Why is Earth in Zarzak? That's a good question.
Of wreckage from the ships that you will love. Let's take a look at one of those crash sites. Now, the art direction is built on a foundation of viewing New Eden through the eyes of an antagonist. Chaos is beautiful. Chunks of Eve's ship are so big that they carve out canyon shapes.
I just want dropships that can't get shot down by free missile launchers. That's all I want. Can I have that? Can I have dropships that can't be shot down by free missile launchers? It's literally all I wanted in Dust 514, and it's all I still want.
Shaped scars showing the fragility of the tortured biome. Beyond the battlefield, wreckage carcasses look like erupting volcanoes, echoing the violence that is happening around you and your squad. Wreckage is...
Sawdeath, if you don't think I've asked the devs about that many times over 15 years, you don't know me well.
Bleeding, creating man-made lakes, making navigation difficult. The sky is littered with wreckage debris that look like meteorite showers. This is a synthetic representation of nature caused by the corruption of mankind's ego over 21,000 years. At this point, you have no sympathy for the dying beast while you rummage around in its carcass to get what you want. Inner structural framing looks like rib cages. Cables are stretched across the battlefield like ripped veins. Severed arteries are bleeding a cocktail of hazardous chemicals onto the gameplay space, making you and your squad think...
Well, Waffles, like, to be fair, this game is in early alpha, and it's a year away from beta, basically. So, yeah, a lot of this presentation is going to be poetic and conceptual in order to try to get our heads in where they're going. Because where they're at right now, well, we've even seen is kind of stand-in graphics, etc. So, like, it's important to get people to kind of think about where we're going with this stuff, because that's what we're actually going to get.
Think twice about your next move. If you have made it this far, you are rewarded.
CCP, why'd you remove all of the steam clouds from all of the ships? There used to be steam that came off of ships, and you've removed them all. Why would you do that? Do you have your GPU particle system turned on? No.
With experiencing what it really feels like to be in the depths of hell. The atmosphere feels heavy. The smell of death is strong. The feeling of tension, anxiety, and adrenaline has reached its absolute peak. The blood of wreckage is so vibrant it becomes a light source.
The other thing is that, like, a lot of these scenes, like, we can see these concept arts, and that is, like, cool, but also we've seen the levels that they've produced, and I gotta say, I was really, like, I love running around in Vanguard, especially inside of, like, the ship wreckage area. Like, they have created some really interesting visuals and some cool, places to navigate, and stuff. So, like, it helps that I've played the Vanguard game a lot, so I'm able to see these pictures and be like, oh, yeah, like, this place, I can totally envision this place based on a specific spot in Carrion map, or, you know, whatever. So, and this top one looks fucking awesome.
But as you venture deeper into the dying beast that's taken its last breath, you reach its synthetic organs. Just like the EVE universe, the tone is dark, but colourful. Now, what I have just shown you can exist on just one region of one planet. New Eden is huge and contains over 68,000 planets, which for us is really just a fantastic opportunity to finally show you how diverse New Eden really is from a first-person perspective. Now, with more planets to deploy down to, we will need new biomes and a different approach to how we build maps. I hand the floor to our lead technical artist, CCP Raven.
This is where my conversation about the matter will probably get a little spicy.
Yeah! Hello, everybody. Glad to see you here after the pub crawl. Right, let's get into it. The EVE universe is absolutely massive, right? It's full of distant planets, complex stories, and endless frontiers to explore. And our mission is simple. Build worlds that feel just as big, just as alive, and just as full of possibilities as the EVE universe itself. Today, I want to show you how we're aiming to build just that. By moving faster, working smarter, so we can bring the epic sense of scale right into your hands. So let's kick it off by taking a look at where we started. Our last two maps, Carrion and Solstice, were built using tools that we developed in Unreal Engine 4. We moved over to Unreal Engine 5 and carried over a lot of these tried and tested workflows to stay focused on delivering a visual and gameplay demo that we were proud of. Every rock, every cliff, every pebble was carefully hand-placed. It gave us incredible control, but it wasn't designed for the kind of scale that we're aiming for today. Because now we're thinking way, way bigger. We're building entire worlds across multiple planets, each with their own unique biomes, challenges, and stories. And to make that possible, we need a smarter, faster way to build. We can't spend months hand-placing every rock and every pebble. Unreal 5 gives us a massive upgrade when it comes to world building. We're setting up smart systems that help worlds practically build themselves, with plenty of space for our teams to shape and refine them by hand where it matters most.
Okay, so this is where, in my opinion, Twitch chat lost the fucking plot. Okay? Like, and I want to talk about this a little bit, but like, people's reaction to this, and Waffles is kind of a little bit of a reflection of that, is the idea that, like, yeah, using AI. Oh no, AI slop. Like, okay, guys. Okay, I get it. The Zeitgeist right now is freaking out because of AI content. But, like, you know how popular the roguelite genre is? Right? Like, that is what the roguelite genre is procedurally built levels and all that stuff. There are definitely pros and cons, and yes, Starfield is a great example of where it would go wrong, but that's because Starfield is Starfield is an RPG that's about exploration, and it's about the details, right? Bethesda Game Studios with Skyrim and with Oblivion and with all these, they are all about story, narrative storytelling through environmental storytelling, right? For instance, there's a Skyrim cave where there's a guy who collects shoes, and you can get into his thing and you can find his shelves of shoes, and you can read the thing about this stuff and like how he has this obsession about it. There's this story there that is not outright told to you, but you can figure out what the story is and what's going on and who these people are by experiencing the environment, right? Environmental storytelling, very cool. The problem is that procedural generation is very good at taking pieces and like building bigger things off of it, but those bigger things, there's only so much of a meta you can get out of that, right? So usually when you have a story on top of a procedural generation, the story layers on top of it without interacting with it. A good example of this is Hades, right? Hades is both a roguelite in the fact that every single time you go through the dungeons, they are procedurally built and not the same. But it also has a story in the fact that, like, each individual death, they're able to take pieces from that run and give you a little bit of interaction and stuff in between the rounds that advances the overall plot that is much more hand-tailored, right? So hand-tailoring things leads to good storytelling. Procedurally developing things leads to good gameplay and moment-to-moment like engagement, right? Because you want a level that shuffles up a little bit to keep things visually or dynamically interesting. But story obviously is a much more handcrafted thing, okay? So in this sense, the idea that your levels would be procedurally developed, this is such a fundamentally normal thing that the fact that people's reaction to this was that it's AI slop leads me to wonder, like, I think that our population is going a little bit crazy when it comes to this AI hate. Because, like, can you imagine if, well, like, Balatro is also another one of those, like, it's a procedurally generated game. Very, very popular, right? Like, The Binding of Isaac, procedurally generated game, very, very popular. You want a gameplay that can build your levels procedurally in order to make it so that it's different everywhere. And more importantly, if you have procedurally generated levels, you can have levels that react to conditions that the developers may not have actually thought about, right? At least at the time, like in a whole, right? So you can have a terrain that has been, you know, that the rules generate that it's like, okay, well, it looks like this. And then you crash a ship into it. Cool. Now we put the ship in it, and as they were saying, like the ship has influence on it, so it changes the environment around it. So that way, you now have a ship with new things that are there because it's crashed there. Or, like, what happens if a player puts up a PI colony on a planet, and the procedural generator can actually use the PI colony to influence like the structure of it. Now, if we go to Starfield, and let's take the worst version of Starfield, right? So somebody puts a PI colony down on the map. The PI colonies are set pieces. So these, like, the thing about Starfield is it's about how big the chunks are that are being put in, right? If you're just putting rocks in, then it can dynamically change all over the place. Starfield dynamically adds rather large set pieces, which is why you find the same exact kind of dungeon over and over and over again. It's procedurally put in, but the chunk that it is a complete piece. So it's actually not dynamically being populated. It is a static piece that's being dynamically added, right? So actually, the real problem with Starfield is that it's not procedurally generated enough, because once you actually get there to the site, the things in the site are identical. Those are actually not procedurally generated. Those are set pieces that are being procedurally added into the environment. So even if you assumed that, every PI colony is exactly the same layout, and they dynamically put it into the map, that still makes it so that the map responds to what's happening on the planet, which would still be better than a static planet where they hand-placed every single rock, and now we have 3 maps because that's all the time that they've been able to have to do. I think if we really want Vanguard to be as visually interesting and as dynamic as we do want it to be, then yes, it's going to have AI that works to make these environments, and it's merely a question of how robust those rules are. No PI colony might have the same map layout. I'm saying, like, even if you did, even if like every single time somebody put a factory in, like that entire factory was just put in and it's the exact same layout every single time, that's still better than not having it be procedurally generated. Yeah, the problem with Starfield is that it doesn't have any procedurally generated content to go in with procedurally generated landscapes. But that's where Eve comes in, because Eve is a living universe where things are happening. And so those things that are happening can influence the maps. And if you want that to happen, then it's got to be procedurally generated. It has to be developed by AI. This is the part that drives me wild about people's hatred for AI at this point, because people that talk about AI think that, like, the AI that we've seen since 2022 is AI. But AI goes all the way back to every single roguelite. It goes back to content-aware fill in Photoshop. Like, guess what? We want procedurally generated things. It's just a matter of how robust those rule sets are. So let's all take a deep breath. Not all AI use is created equal.
We've been focused on building smart modular systems, tools that...
Do you know how terrible it would be if every single map had to be handmade? Like, best case scenario, we would have 12 different maps, and that's it, right? Like, these are good for, like, Overwatch, where it's, like, tight scenarios, or Marvel Rivals or whatever, right? These very tight PvP scenarios where it's about doing the same thing over and over and over again, and it's the player interaction that influences it. And so there's these really carefully constructed set piece sites where every single avenue and doorway and everything is chosen and is designed and, you know, polished. Whereas in this, it's like, okay, well, here's this part of the planet.
That empower our artists and our level designers to do what they do best, be creative.
It is not, so it is a MMO FPS that starts with an extraction shooter, right? So most of the mechanics that were put into the game at the very beginning was extraction shooter based, but that's just because of the fact that they have these semi-static areas where you go in and do stuff. And extraction shooter is kind of the first thing that jumps to mind to make all that happen. But they have been working on more and more additional ways to interact with the environment that makes it not just an extraction shooter. Does that make sense? Perhaps a better way to put it would have been worlds that are built dynamically, changing iterative pattern. But they didn't even phrase it a different way. It's just as soon as people saw, oh, look, they're generating this stuff automatically. Oh, God, it's AI. Oh, like, people are so quick to shit on AI right now that they don't realize that, like, most of design uses AI, at least on some level, long before ChatGPT took over the world.
Whether it's laying out terrain, prototyping mission areas, or blending different biomes.
Like this. Like, this is what they're talking about. Look at this. So this is fucking fantastic stuff, right? Like, this, as a game designer, this is crazy cool. Because basically...
Be creative. Whether it's laying out terrain...
So, in an old world, a person would have to put down that one thing and then place every single rock around it. But more and more and more, we're making it so that things can be basically... understand the rules and applies the rules. So in this case, like, as they move things, everything adjusts around it. This is what they mean by AI.
Accelerate the goal is simple: to accelerate the foundational work and give more space for artistry. And
like, if you don't see how this is cool, then I guess you should just wait to see the final product and see whether or not you like it. I don't know. As a game designer, like, this is the kind of stuff that gets us, like, super geeked out.
Design to shine. For you, that means more variety, fresher updates, and more new places to explore.
Yeah, you don't want the devs to have to, like, adjust every little micro bit. You want the rules by which a puddle with rocks in it are designed, and then you can just be like, here's a puddle with rocks that's this big. And then the design tools know the details that go into making a pool that big. That is cool. That is not AI slop. It's just like, yeah.
Damn right. We got 68,000 planets in EVE. So we're gonna have to find a way to populate all of them. Not for early access, though. Or maybe, I don't know.
Well, yeah, so, like, the thing here is, like, the difference is deciding, okay, well, there needs to be a rock here versus the rules of this is what a cliffside looks like. This is what a puddle looks like. These are the rules by which these things are made, right? And that makes sense, too, because, like, if you think about it, a lot of things, especially with environments, are natural consequences of the environment itself, right? If you're going to have a river go through something... One of the problems is that if people are manually doing stuff, they could make things that don't make any sense, right? But if you have things being done procedurally, you could actually build a place where it's like, okay, well, it's flat, and now we know there's a river. And so it can actually simulate the river and cut the river in dynamically, so that way the environment actually looks like it should have a river in it. Because it's gone through the calculations, it's gone through the simulation of what it's like to have a river that goes through an area of space, or, you know, an area of the ground or whatever, right? So, like, that's better than having a person who has to go and, like, take a million pictures of rivers and then try to, like, manually do it. So much when it comes to these kinds of design things is you program in the rules by what these things look like and how these things are supposed to, like, interact with each other. So that way, when it builds it out, it just builds things out correctly, for a lack of a better word.
So what used to take...
So instead of focusing on where the rock should be, it's focusing on what do cliffs look like? What do rivers look like? What do puddles look like? So then in the end, it should be like, okay, well, there's a puddle here. And it knows what puddles look like. It knows how to build puddles, and so it puts a puddle there. That is so much more valuable productivity than just, like, trying to individually modify the ground terrain elevation to make the perfect little puddle. You don't want that.
Take us weeks, we can now do in days. And like CCP YPEX said, we're not just building bigger maps, we're building entirely new planets. Each one with its own personality, its own mysteries, and its own challenges. And today, I'm thrilled to give you a first look into one of these worlds. Introducing the mangrove swamps, a dense, untamed biome.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's lots of down pitfalls to AI, and there is places where AI is appropriate, not appropriate. But again, like, one of the problems with Starfield isn't the fact that they used AI; it's that it's the rule set that they used, and how granular the chunks that they put into it are. Right? They could have actually added more procedural generation to actually fix the problems that Starfield has, not less.
Full of towering roots, winding rivers, and hidden secrets waiting to be uncovered. It's wild, it's immersive, and it's dangerous. Exactly the kind of frontier that you were meant to explore. Thank you. And as we grow our library of modular content, we get more out of every piece of work that we do. We're not starting over with every new update. We're building a foundation that is ready to go. For you, that means more worlds, more adventures, and more reasons to keep exploring.
That's right. AI is good at doing AI, but if it lacks soul, that means that the human in the project failed to put that in. All of these things, every piece of AI slop you've ever seen, a human was involved. Somebody made the prompt. Somebody picked that particular AI generation versus another AI generation. We should really start giving more hate to people that use AI soullessly than the actual AI itself. There are plenty of people who use AI to do some pretty cool stuff, to expand their capabilities and to realize a vision or artistic expression, but it still is on the human. And it's we too easily forget about the human in the process of AI generation, both in how much we hate AI, but also how much we're forgiving these people who are not artistically minded. An artistic-minded person using AI will still create something that has more soul, more interest, and whatnot, because they're just going to make better decisions. They're going to be able to make better prompts, and they're going to know what is and isn't good and fix them. A lot of this stuff where we're shitting on the AI for it, really we should probably be getting a little bit more critical on the person that lacks any artistic talent whatsoever, and therefore has used the AI in a very, like, soulless way. There's plenty of games, there's plenty of movies and stuff where you can take the very, very, very same thing that was extremely successful in some other iteration, and yet your version of it feels soulless as hell because you don't understand what makes it good in the first place. The human beings involved are still critical, regardless of how much of the actual development is augmented by AI. There's no AI development right now where an AI is deciding to create a thing and then, you know, through every step of the way. In every single step of the way, there's a human being. And sure, AI allows non-artistic human beings the ability to create art that doesn't pass the muster to people. But ultimately, I would say that's those humans' fault than the AI. Somebody put in that prompt, somebody said, yes, this version of the output is a good version that I want to put out into the world. It is still a creative process, even if AI is involved.
But no EVE experience is complete without the threat of total annihilation. And to talk about all the new ways that we hope to destroy your Vanguard and all the new tools we are giving you in hopes to delay it, please welcome to the stage CCP Masi. Woo! Lucas?
I got one. Cheers. Hello, everybody. Hi. My name is CCP Masi. I'm Senior Game Designer on EVE Vanguard. I'm here today to speak to you about combat direction in EVE Vanguard and take a sneak peek at some early playable weapon concepts. But first, other than each other's war clones, who are you going to be fighting in this ground war?
That's an incredibly good point, Desktop. Did you know that the entirety of EVE Online is AI-generated slop? The EVE universe is procedurally generated with the seed number of 42. Every planet location, every asteroid belt location, every Stargate location. Granted, some of them have been modified since its original proc gen, but every single piece of the EVE Online universe was at one point AI slop. Yes, the seed number for the EVE Online universe is 42, correct. Just like the seed for the moons is now the text Eyes Forward Capsuleer the poem.
Mordu's Legion are the first resistance you'll be running into. They're an elite mercenary organization, a highly disciplined mercenary brotherhood operating like a modern-day foreign legion, where reputation, skill, and honor dictate rank and privileges over birthright. They've been hired by Upwell to identify, claim, and defend valuable...
The higher your rank, the less body you have. How can you tell he's badass? Can't you tell? You can see right through him.
Assets, particularly the salvage reclaimed from shipwrecks. We're building more engaging enemy design.
Well, okay, so the Mordu are French. So the Mordu are actually... The original Mordu's Legion were Intaki, who defected from the Galente to join the Caldari. Mordu himself, Moria Mordu, is a Caldari guy, so he's either Japanese or Finnish. I'm pretty sure Mordu is not Intaki. But then after the war, the Caldari were super racist to them, and so they decided to break off and do their own thing. That's the stupid short version. And yes, the Galente are French, but the Intaki are also not Galente. So I wouldn't say most of the Mordu's Legion are French.
Both visually and in gameplay. This means stronger silhouettes, better group behavior, purposeful goals, characteristics, and strategies. Enemies have clear archetypes, providing their own individual gameplay challenge, and when mixed into diverse groups, create layered combat puzzles to navigate with each firefight. Squad leaders will be giving intelligent battle commands to subordinates, executing organized and dangerous tactics for your squad to overcome. Let's go back to that one. This means stronger silhouettes, better group behavior, and whether NPCs or fellow Vanguard squads, your behavior, disturbance to their goals, and even faction reputation will determine if you're about to trigger a full-blown firefight. But if you do piss them off, you're going to need an arsenal to take them on. EVE Vanguard is an FPS at its core. Therefore, the foundation we build this MMO upon has to be a high-quality shooter experience. Throughout the previous public playtests, we've been sifting through all of the feedback that you've been leaving on.
Well, he's talking about enemies. So theoretically speaking, they're the baddies, I guess. But also, we're the baddies. That's absolutely true.
The Discord and in other places on the shooter experience. And we're greatly encouraged by the positive feedback we've heard so far, but even more encouraged by the amount of constructive feedback that you guys have been giving us. We're committed to continually improving gun feel, mobility, and handling with each new tool of destruction the industries of New Eden unveil. We know how passionate and creative...
I think that the idea is that you'll be able to work for various different organizations, and in fact, in the past, they've had Mordu contracts. The point here is that the NPCs that you meet in the world are Mordu. So theoretically speaking, you could pick up Mordu contracts, but yeah... Mordu are kind of the op4 of this whole thing, because remember, Mordu are the defensive forces for Upwell. That's the other big thing. So, you know, as the Deathless has kind of rise to power, Mordu has become kind of the de facto counterforce against the Deathless's efforts.
This community is, and we want to continue to hear you generating ideas and concepts for weapons and equipment. So before we get into showing off some footage of new weapons, I want to show you how we're approaching our weapon design development and our core design philosophy. We're taking heavy...
Yeah, Mordu has their own clone soldier program. In fact, there was, especially in Rarivos, there was a big thing about Mordu having a bunch of guys operating in Rarivos after it was taken over by the Triglavians and experimenting with the new war clone systems. But remember, the vast majority of Mordu's war clone systems was actually through their partnership with Arkhambine. And when all this started, Arkhambine defected en masse and joined the Deathless. So a fair chunk of Mordu's war clone technology left, and they've been kind of trying to catch up since then.
Inspiration from the late 90s and early noughties, which to many of us is a golden era of sci-fi shooters. Quake, Unreal Tournament, Halo. Before ultra-modern military themes dominated shooters, guns and projectiles required their own mastery and had strong individual signatures. While the assault rifle we've had in the game thus far has been a good stable foundation for us to build our basics on, we want to move forward and make sure that our weapons are built on exciting, expressive gameplay with mechanical and visual variety that reflects the diversity of the EVE universe.
Question, Ash, question about the Trigs. Are Trigs also clones, or do they actually bring their populations in those arcs? We don't actually know. However, you know, given the fact that they have the 3 voices in one and the history of the Trig having limited resources, one of the theories is that they've actually whittled down their population by killing off their weaker and projecting their consciousnesses in, like, combining their consciousnesses into fewer and fewer bodies. But that's just a theory. A game theory.
These should be proper video game weapons, worthy of science fiction and a universe 21,000 years in the future. Our core weapon philosophy has really started to take shape. What if I could take my favorite weapons from those pioneering sci-fi shooters and really make them my own? We're taking these retro-inspired weapon designs and giving them a new level of personalization through the adaptive weaponry system. Each weapon has configurable mods, and firmware allowing you to optimize stats, modify attachments, and change core behavior with a great degree of freedom akin to fitting your ship in EVE Online. We're committed to developing the game with the community, and a key aspect of that will be how we introduce, iterate, and finalize our weapon
Yamarian
designs.
long rifle looks so
We're
good.
going to be putting prototype weapons in the game at early stages into builds, at early access and beyond, as a core and continuous way that we build and improve our gameplay with the community. So what are some of these weapons? I know Collins kind of stole my thunder a little bit yesterday with the reveal in the keynote.
I love
But
Starseed
we're going to be looking
Tribes.
today at a little bit of
That was a good
extended
game.
footage of a Minmatar multi-range shotgun, a Galente chargeable blaster, and an Amari concussive anti-personnel rifle.
This is the shotgun. Very weighty. Very meaty. I love it. This is the... Oh yeah, this is still the shotgun. Here's another example of Twitch chat completely failing to understand what the hell's going on. Some people were shitting on how the weapons looked. These are clearly prototype models. Like, what are you talking about? I mean, like, the chargeable pistol feels very, almost Halo-ish. Probably my least favorite of these 3, but... Oh, Quake. Okay, yeah. Fair enough. It's true. And that's why I'm so glad that CCP is willing to continue to show us this stuff in spite of the fact that people freak out or whatever. Like, in the long run, obviously they'll get fixed. I remember people were freaking out because the mining laser looked crap at the beginning. It's like, we're in a pre-alpha, guys. This is what we get. But I will say, as exciting as all these weapon systems are, I will be unhappy until I see an entropic dart. Give me an entropic dart. Pew! Although this sniper rifle is pretty cool too. Well, those things are in the game in the last fight, too. Those are like the drones that you have to fight. I'm going to love the hell out of that weapon, I can tell you that right now.
Now,
everything's now Bob.
How early those prototypes are. How good do they sound, though? Our sound designers have done an incredible job at getting the kind of heavy, proper sci-fi feeling that we're going for. So these prototype weapons will be available to play in the next public playtest in some form or another, and we're still very much figuring out the best way to get early, unrefined.
I think always Lemons, he says, I wish they would bring over some of the weapon designs from Dust. I think they probably will. I think that if you do bring over weapon design from Dust, though, you've got to also evolve it by 10 or 20 years. Those, like, it's going to be easy to fold in those designs later on. They're working on the fundamentals right now, and I think it's good for them to kind of break out of the idea, because you can always fold in other stuff from before. Does that make sense?
Feedback-hungry weapons in the game, and this approach itself.
Wizard, I don't know if you played the last Vanguard playtest, but there are actually, like, there was a lot of drone stuff, including like big drone bosses, which were pretty fun.
Is going to take some testing and feedback. We're keen to carry on this approach beyond our public playtest and into early access. So in future, weapon prototypes could appear as rare loot drops, contraband salvage, surprise orbital drops in insurgency skirmishes, whatever best gets these weapons to players early, way before their designs are fully refined, and eventually become available as fully ownable weapon blueprints. But as well as introducing more weapons, we want to start evolving the moment-to-moment gameplay and strategy around combat. Bombastic aggression is but one way to navigate the boots-on-the-ground threats of New Eden. Hostiles are an obstacle, not always a target. Identify, measure up, and manipulate opponents before creating your opening to attack, or retreating and living to fight another.
I do love the idea that in order you get, like, you're just running around like you normally do, and you kill a guy, and you pick up a weapon, and you've never seen it before. You got to bring it back to your warbage, and like disassemble it and try to like reverse engineer it to learn how to build more for yourself.
Another fight. Suit abilities, tactical equipment, and deployables enable you to tactically and masterfully control danger and opportunity. As we take the next steps with our shooter experience, we want to shift towards more cerebral PvP open-world gameplay dynamics, with less random encounters, greater awareness of potential threats, and more tools for informed decision-making. We want to give Vanguard the tools to balance intel, communication, and risk. As combat in Vanguard evolves and matures, it'll become a melting pot of run-and gunners, master strategists, and everything in between.
Jeff, I hate how accurate that probably is. I wonder if all of that weapon smuggling and high-sec will actually mean anything now that Vanguard's coming out. Yeah, I think that at the very least, I've said this since 2020. It's like, you got to remember, we currently are living through the prehistory of Vanguard, right? So when Vanguard comes out, there's going to be like a plot to how Vanguard got started, right? Why we're here, why these things are happening, all that stuff. We are currently living through the plot of Vanguard. We are setting the stage for Vanguard and have been pretty much since the Triglavian invasions.
I hope you've enjoyed hearing about our approach to combat and weapons in Vanguard. I've been CCP Massey. Thank you for listening, and unless he's already rudely barged back onto stage, I'd like to reintroduce CCP Collins.
Fuck yeah! Can you hear me? All right, I'll say that again just in case.
I'll make my comment publicly known. I requested 4 planets to be held off limits to Vanguard. Which planets? So if they continue another phase of the Sleeper War, it's probably going to tie in. Absolutely. I've said this for a long, long time. People have been asking about how the Drifters, like, when are they going to do more stuff with the Drifters? I've been hearing this since 2018. And since 2018, I've said, when they're ready for the shooter, you will start seeing more stuff about the Drifters, because the shooter and the Drifters and the other have always been tied together. The problem is that the other and advancing the plot of the Sleepers and the other requires Amar, Pator, Galente Prime, and New Caldari Prime. You know, that sounds like some pretty good targets for the Drifters. I wonder if the Drifters might strike those 4 different locations. Maybe not New Caldari Prime. Maybe something a little bit more noteworthy, like maybe Jita 4-4, but like Amar, Pator, and Galente Prime. Good choices, good choices. Anyway, I've said for a long time that well, no, I think HiSec will have Vanguard, but it's going to be the more like the PvE side of things, where we train up, where we go and do stuff to collect resources or whatever. Where did they say the Bastions are going to be? No, this has nothing to do with Bastions. So, where was I? Oh yeah, I've said for a long time, like the Vanguard, or well, the shooter, like boots on the ground, first person mode, like that kind of intimacy is necessary to fully understand like the Sleepers and the Drifters and the construct and, you know, the virtualities and all that kind of stuff, right? So I've said that the Drifter plot will not advance until they're ready to show more about the shooter. Lo and behold, they reveal Vanguard, and as soon as they do, what happens? The Drifters start attacking again. Holy shit, it's almost like I was right. So yes, expect a lot more involving like the Sleeper stuff and the Drifter stuff in relationship with Vanguard.
Fuck yeah! Oh my god, those weapons. Still so early, but how fucking amazing do they look and sound already? Who's had a chance to play them so far? What do you think? They fire well?
I don't think you can do PI on any 1.0 systems. I think it has to be, what, point A or below to be able to do PI on them? Campaign PvE mode? Well, they said that there's like an introductory set of missions. I don't know about a campaign PvE mode. I mean, I'm always an advocate for those kinds of things, but this is a living universe, so a static story is always harder for them to do. But in the virtuality, you can relive different events. Nah?
Good, good, good. That shotgun, I've been begging Massey to make us a flat cannon from Unreal Tournament for quite some time now, so I am very, very, very happy about what they've done. But there's still a lot more. We are absolutely flying through this, so this was supposed to be me flying through this quickly. I'm going to spend a bit more time. We're adding proximity chat to the game. We announced this yesterday. We think this is a really important part of the experience. I remember when proximity chat was first added to games, as a pretty much quite a crapshoot myself, it gave me an opportunity to beg for my life and maybe dynamically join some squads that happen on the surface. I think improving the ways that you can communicate with your squad and your enemies is really key to the game. So I hope you guys are excited when we get proximity chat in, which we're hoping will be in place for the September event as well, for you to give it a real good kicking. We're making some changes to the squadding and matchmaking flow. Being able to now join squads on the surface of the planet are already down, which is great before you kind of had to squad up beforehand. We're adding weapon manufacturing, the way that we add, when we're adding more weapons into the game now, there's a way that you're going to have to get hold of them. So leaning into the existing manufacturing system is a way that we can do that. It does mean that your weapons are now expendable. If you die with your weapon, you will leave your weapon behind. So
it would be really cool for there to be like different PvE encounters that you can do. like kind of like the Homefront one, where you can have like a checkpoint. So your job is to literally sit there at like a traffic control point and like check places that come in a very like papers please kind of way. That'd be kind of cool.
Be careful of that. Drop pod insertion, no longer just appearing out of thin air in the game now. When you spawn into the map, you will deploy down from space in a drop pod. When your squad mates respawn and come back, you will see them come down from space in a drop pod. Honestly, it's one of the coolest feelings. Faction variant weapons as well. These are spec level weapons made from different factions and organizations throughout New Eden that you'll be able to get your hands on and chase towards. We're making some improvements constantly to the combat visuals and feedback of the game. And a squad banking drone, which you no longer have to rely on terminals to now bank your gear. You can create a little drone for you and your squad to fill up before it flies away. We
deploy the Eric.
We recently just added this to the game, and our VIPs and player base that get hands-on with a lot of our early prototypes broke the hell out of it. They realized, oh yeah, a round of applause to our player base for continually breaking anything we put in front of them. Yeah, thank you. I can see them. Some of the culprits are in the audience today. Basically, they found out that if you don't send the banking drone away, it will stay in place, and you can climb on it and stack them. They built a stairwell all the way to the very top of the map. This is footage of CCP Asia. This took a 20...
Yeah, somebody the other day was like, oh, I don't know about proximity-based shooters. I don't want to hear some sniffly 11-year-old calling me a slur in the game. I'm like, yeah, but you can shoot them in the head while they're doing it and cut them off. That's cool. I like that.
20 minutes to climb the whole thing. You guys are insane. But honestly, now we know some things we have to go away and potentially fix. It's a feature, not a bug. Coming to Vanguard, stairs. We're adding squad revive to the game, so your squad mates now will go down but not out, which allows you to get them back up. You're going to see here in this footage as well some visual changes that we've made to shield damage. It now being localized to where you're hit, and a really nice clear effect when the shield recharges. Ooh.
That is cool.
But there's more. I know. You think, how could there be more? But there is. We've made some changes, much requested changes to our character shaders. So enemies and players are now much more visible in all lighting conditions. No more squinting at your screen to see where you're shooting in the dark. We're making improvements to the insurgency skirmishes. We're making improvements to the activities that are happening on the world, giving them a lick of paint as well and giving them some art to move away from a lot of the...
If you haven't yet, we have had streams and stuff, and we might want to go into it more. There is a lot of lore and a lot that we've learned about what's going on from things like the activities, like each one of these activities, each one of the contracts in Vanguard are deployed by various agents. And, you know, this is where we've gotten a lot more information about the quartermaster's involvement in all of this, Life Giver's involvement in all of this, and several other key figures, which if you don't know who the Life Giver or quartermaster is, that just shows you like how down the rabbit hole you can get with some of this stuff. But, you know, they've already shown a strong propensity to give us a bunch of lore tidbits just everywhere in this game. And that's one of the biggest advantages of having a game like this, much more intimate, on the ground, you know, first person, as opposed to being an aloof starship pilot that doesn't give a shit about the people.
Prototype assets we've been using there. More deployables, there's more weapons, there's more planets, and you're all going to be able to play this on the 16th of September this year.
I'm annoyed by how long we're going to have to wait, though.
But I said if you're here, I didn't see enough hands go up when I said who's played Vanguard. So we've got like 9 machines playing, as I said, a semi-broken build of the game we just pulled from.
It would be really cool for freelance contracts to be involved. Like I said, you'd have to like get PI involved in stuff. But again, a big piece of this is the empires and the other powers that be are attempting to leverage these soldiers. And so being one of those soldiers, we get an insight as to what the different groups are doing that you don't necessarily get to see as much in EVE Online.
latest last week. I'm going to say it again, more weapons and more bugs.
Yes, this
than
is
you've
a whole
ever
nother
played
can
in a
of worms.
Vanguard
That's
client
correct.
before, but please, before you're done at Fanfest this weekend, go check out the build. It's really helpful. The more hands-on we get, the more feedback we get. Is incredibly exciting. And that September event as well is key for us. It's the halfway point between now and early access. We need to, and we want to nail early access, and we only get there with you course correcting us along the way. So that early access is happening in summer 2026. If you're not part of the Discord, if you're not already in our playtest building stairs for us, please go and join the Discord. We're constantly in there sharing stuff that we're working on. If you think we're being open and candid here, go look in the Discord. We're regularly running Q&As, getting in playtests, and just sending out all of those weapons have been playable for, quite a while now in our Discord community, so please join that. And I think Hilmar said this to some emphasis, wishlisting is really fucking helpful. If you can wishlist the game on Steam, not only will you get notifications and updates as we get closer to early access, but it also gives us a really clear indication as to how many people out there really want to play this game. So I want to welcome back to the stage CCP Massey, CCP Vipex, and CCP Raven. We've come in at record time today, but this is everything we have to present. I just want to say from me, from them, from everyone at CCP London on the Vanguard team, look, go play the game. See you on the battlefield. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
And that is it, guys. That is the Vanguard presentation and the art panel. That is all of the stuff. Is there oh, should I watch the dev interview? Are you telling me that I need to watch the dev interview?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
For me, I'm not very good at shooting. Different.
This designed the sniper rifle.
Hold on.
Come on down. Come on down.
Here we go.
No, it's okay. The Warbage.
Serve champagne
I've been,
on the Warbage.
I've been trying to pronounce Mamuphapus.
Mamuphapus.
I don't think I'm going to be able to do it correctly. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined here. You just saw him on the main stage. We're going to talk more about Vanguard. Who designed the sniper rifle sound, and how do I buy them a drink? It's fantastic.
It's brilliant.
I equipped it. Did y'all see me playing yesterday? Did y'all watch that?
Yeah,
It was a lot of fun. It was good stuff. I loved the sniper rifle at the moment. I picked
Laura
it
was
up
busting his
and put
ass
it in
at
my
this
hands.
at
What's the
Fanfest.
the movie scene where the food taster is like tasting food and he like becomes a kid? Ratatouille. Right. I saw like that when I was like in my college dorm playing Halo again with the like shoddy snipes, and I kind of came back and I'm like, oh, here we go. So
that was me with a shotgun.
I do appreciate what he's saying there, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to have Halo flashbacks until they give me a needler.
I said it earlier that I've been wanting a flat cannon from Unreal Tournament for some time now. So yeah, when I played that shotgun for the first time, it was I'm going to use this now. It was very Ratatouille.
Very Ratatouille.
Very Ratatouille.
Yes, yes. No, I like that y'all are making it in Unreal Engine 5. I like that it's very reminiscent. I felt that the graphics and the movement were very akin to that era. Like, I don't want to call it Doom movement, because Doom movement's a little bit more like boxy, 1-2.
Yeah, a bit more arcadey. Yeah.
I felt more arcadey. I liked that, because a lot of the shooters nowadays are very like, you have to be constantly doing acrobatics to be able to have any kind of competitive edge. As one of my main questions to y'all is and if you can't answer, that's all.
I mean, say what you will, Loru, I mean, it is lucky, but he and Amy have, like, they put in so much work during FanFest this year. Absolutely have to give them props for their what they put in.
All right, this is not scripted, y'all. Okay, so this is maybe I don't look at their faces. So
I'll hide my really bad poker face.
Exactly. Is the vision of Vanguard to have it be more of a, call it, mobile shooter, or is it going to be more of a, like, you're a muscle man holding a gun and running around the dead planet?
We kind of want it to be a bit of a spectrum, to be honest.
It would be really cool if there are big clunky suits that have more like Doom turret-based like style, and then lighter suits that have almost like a oh man, what is that game with the drop suits, like the drop oh no, what's it called, where you can like slide and jump off of walls and stuff when you're 500. I'm having name problems today. Okay. No, there's a first-person shooter where you can drop down your power suit and hop in it, and then run around in a power suit. But then also you can get blown up and run around outside of the power suit. Oh well, somebody will correct me. Not a. Yeah, Titanfall. Thank you, Titanfall. Yes, I want like a light soldier that's more of a Titanfall movement, and I want a heavy clunky soldier that's more like Doom style. Like that would be cool. And of course a light suit that's closer to like tribes, especially tribes. Throw them all in there.
The idea that there are different types of suits that do different kind of things. So if you kind of want to be a bit more light on feet,
okay,
you can. That's something you make. But there's going to be a sacrifice for that, right? For me, I'm not very good at shooting. I just want to be a pack mule.
Yeah.
I just want to hoover up everything that I can and you know, help my. Oh, you need some ammo. I was always the guy in Battlefield just running around with the defib, just being like, you're back, you're back, you're back. So
support play, Logi.
Yes,
support play.
So, that's great.
Support play is great. Being able to deploy like turrets would be great. There's so much potential here, guys.
But we want it to be like a spectrum. You could. It's choices you make based on the equipment that you take down, the weapons you pick, the choices that you make in your suit, and eventually how you customize that suit. We want to take suit customization as deep as we have with weapon customization, right? So, yeah.
You know what I want actually also is like, I want a leadership character where you have like, you can throw up like cameras and like put up a thing so you can see like above the ground, and so that way you can issue commands to your dudes. Like there should be command and control suits too.
Yeah.
And that's a chat. Let's not go past that.
That's a
bold
world
claim.
Premiere.
That's a. I was going to say, as you heard.
Wait, what do you say?
It's choices you make based on the equipment that you take down, the weapons you pick, the choices that you make in your suit, and eventually how you customize that suit. We want to take suit customization as deep as we have with weapon customization, right? So, yeah.
And that's a chat. Let's not go past that.
That's
a
a
bold
world
claim.
Premiere.
That's a. I was going to say, as you heard.
They've been saying that forever, though.
No, that was a big deal. I was just talking with CCPB that yesterday when I was doing the play test, the mods you gave us to test with the basic AR, I took those and made a single tap DMR with.
Oh, we are getting close to the end of the stream today, but little secret in the background. We have an extra Squall skin. We did show off this skin earlier. So we are going to do a quick raffle giveaway, since those have been very popular during the stream. You know, we've been doing these during the Fanfest streams, and I thought that it went really, really well. So we are actually going to do another one right now where let's go ahead and do this one. Edit. It is, what is it? Celestial Coalescence. There's probably a typo there. I don't care. You don't care. Wait, I have a giveaway running already? Where's my giveaway? There we go. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win the Celestial Coalescence skin, which is this skin on the Squall right here. You'll have a chance to win it, thanks to Thrans. Do I play it as a Hypernet and place 50% of the votes to get my skin back? Well, we don't let that happen here. You can put in your one entry, but that's it. Let's go ahead and finish this thing. We've got about 5. I put only 5 minutes on the timer, so get in now.
Like a scope.
Yeah.
And in the beta, I made a hipfire SMG. And yes, the SMG is better at being an SMG. But the fact that you have an option to have this duality to your weapon, that's really cool. To have that kind of customization to your character as well is really intriguing, really pushing the MMO FPS. I'm going to have to, my dyslexia keeps doing this
not
with the letters. It's just not, it doesn't sound good. It makes me go,
yeah, it's a bit slimy, isn't it?
I can't.
We're not trying to practice it. The level of customization is pretty awesome. I like that you say that if you want to be a support character in this primarily FPS game, you can. That's pretty unique comparatively to other games, and I bring that up because a lot of other games are just go here, go there, shoot him in the head. This is not a just shooter. This is a MMO FPS in a world that y'all are building. So instead of me talking, let me ask you some questions. I got you. So you like the shotgun. What's your current live favorite weapon?
It's the MR sniper. Yeah.
Without blinking, just
No,
sniper.
Alexis, our lead sound guy, he's absolutely killed it with all of the audio.
That's why I have to buy a beer. CCP, Alexis, I got you.
The breathing, it makes you feel like you are the one holding the sniper.
Yes.
Yeah, that was it. The kind of the echo that you get after you shoot is just
so good.
Yeah. And it came back right. I didn't even realize it until you just said it. Right, it did bounce off the stuff and come back, and I heard it. Wow, that's awesome.
It's so important to having that feeling before you actually go in to art up the weapon. So having that feeling, I think, is just so important to creating that foundation.
I totally agree. And you said a Mar sniper. Does that mean we're getting Caldari, Galente?
Well,
the
weapons,
weapons,
the pistols,
Railguns.
Right?
The pistol is Galante.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Galante.
Yeah, Galante.
I've heard nothing but good things about the sound design.
Galante.
Yeah,
So
Vanguard is for the
like
gentleman.
a giant potato.
It's the gentleman's shooter.
Sorry, Alt, 1 sec. Okay,
Yes,
all right, now.
it's the gentleman's shooter.
Welcome to the Vanguard stream. You want to be a pack mule for... I have to adopt a British accent. Yes, here we see the Vanguard developers in their natural habitat. Coming from the war. Exactly.
It's funny.
It's fitted.
I'm just going to jump into a David Attenborough anecdote right now. It is related to Vanguard, don't worry. Yes. When we announced Fanfest, at Fanfest 2023, so we've got an acting coach that kind of helps us present on stage, and she saw me present the opening demo, and she said, you're sounding a bit like David Attenborough. And I was like, should I dial that back? She was like, no, I want more. So when I'm describing the bowhead ships, she was like, describe it like a majestic pack of orcas. So if you watch the video back, I'm going, and the bowhead ship crashed on the surface of the planet. And I go full David Attenborough with it, but
Here we see Mordu's Legion with their cybernetic suits and their modifications.
I think we need to hire you for this.
He's a good David Attenborough. I got to give him that.
When we have wreckage in the world, I see them as dying beasts, so that it's totally fitting.
That actually is a good way to put it.
Yeah,
exactly.
I really liked a year ago, y'all did the Vanguard Alpha, and we got to see the downed bowhead, and it was really cool. I had a I don't know what it's called, but I had a moment where my eyes got wide when I walked into the bowhead, and there are pods, hanging capsules, hanging from the clones, hanging from the ceilings, and I went, that's our pods. That's our war clones, right? And I thought I just did the Winter Nexus, whatever, and I had a bunch of war clones that I sold to Jitta. Is that what it looked like in my, cargo hold? So it helped the headcanon, I guess, of how I view EVE Online. So there is I love that y'all are taking all these interconnectivity and inspirations there. My main thing that's happening right now is the upcoming early access, and I was running around doing all the casting stuff. What is the date for the early access? When is it
we're saying right now we don't have a locked-in date. It's summer. It'll be summer 2026.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
that's
locked
good.
In.
That's good. I really like to see that, and it's through the EVE launcher.
So you can early access on Steam and directly through the EVE launcher as well. So both places.
That's a good deal for the because I have primarily played EVE through the EVE launcher for my entire EVE lifespan. But come and talking to FanFest, a lot of people play it through Steam. Apparently, it's not something I've ever done. Cool. Hey, great. I guess y'all want that game time tracked, right?
Yeah. Well, eventually there's some stuff that Steam gives us as well, like out of session, invites and stuff like that. So we'll be leaning into all of that. But so wishlist on Steam now.
Wishlisted on Steam. It's free to do. You can go.
What he means by that is that like Steam has a lot of built-in functionality. So like if Malik is playing a game and I see him on Steam, I can just right-click him and join his game directly, and it'll just launch the game. And depending on the game, it might just get me directly into his match. So in this idea, like you can join a match that's in session, you could theoretically just see that your friend is playing Vanguard, right-click, and it'll like load you into Vanguard and load you into their session.
Click it. It helps a lot from the dev side to see how many people are interested in what. You know, it's really awesome. It'll let you get the notifications for when stuff is happening with the game, when it's going to go live. So definitely go wishlist it on Steam. And the EVE Vanguard Discord. I like that y'all moved out of the EVE Online Discord last year. I like that because as the game gets more unique comparatively to EVE Online, it really does need to be its own community. So seeing the community developers in there, really talking to all the people, that's awesome. How much feedback, how is feedback taken in and like sorted through? Is that something that y'all make lists of? How does that work through?
So we've got like a few different tiers of people in our Discord community. So we've got like a VIP tier, and they're all, you get NDA'd, and we show you everything. I have like a bi-weekly focus group where I'll sit down with our VIPs and I'll just be like, sometimes I'm just like, hey, I'm thinking about this. What do you think? And I'm just kind of shooting the proverbial.
Sure.
I don't know if I can swear on this one. I've been swearing enough today.
I mean, this is technically on the same Twitch stream.
Oh,
so.
Yeah, all right. Shooting the shit. There we go. Shooting the shit with our community. And
Acting coach was like, swear more.
No, that was Helmer.
My man.
That's incredible. But yeah,
I could see Hilmar be like, it's like, hey, they're mad at us for swearing on the presentation. And Hilmar be like, fuck them.
So
no, that's it. Yeah.
But yeah, so we shooting with the community and just bouncing ideas off of them, showing them prototypes. We get them into the build as well, and we get them playing over the course of a weekend. Then we sit down with them on Monday and go, right, what was working, what wasn't working. So like all of these weapons that we've got at the moment, they've already gone through like several rungs,
iterations,
with the community just being like, hey, this is too overpowered. Please dial this back. What do you think of this? Does this sound good? Does this feel good? Do you think you'd use this in these kind of situations? And really, it's less about like, hey, fill in a form and we'll read it later. We're having a direct conversation with these people. And when we do big play tests as well, we've got like special sections in the Discord where people can post their feedback, and we actually scrape that. We just scrape all of that. We use Jira.
Yes.
Which is like a development tool in the back end. All of these feedback points actually become like work assignments that go straight into our Jira that we review for work items. So.
I love that.
And
so bi-weekly. Oh, God, please.
So I was going to say, like, from an art direction perspective, like we had this chat, was it just under a year ago, of like, are we happy with like giving block out to like fans? And I'm like, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's like one of those things where like I would much prefer players get in the hands of like the early content.
Yes.
And then if they like it, then we can kind of commit to it. So it's.
And I want y'all to look at this. Do you hear what's being said here? You have a dev team that twice a month at least is doing dedicated time to listen and actually have, you know what dialogue is, y'all? It's not, I submit a ticket, that time to kill is too short, and God knows what happens to it. It actually have a dialogue with the devs in the Vanguard Discord. Make sure you check it out. And if you want to be NDA'd up, you can go into the VIP chat and get it going. So I love that y'all do that. It's not something we should just brush over, because a lot of other game studios just kind of release. And
what he's saying is actually absolutely true. If you're interested in Vanguard, you should absolutely be on the Vanguard Discord. It is a really cool place, but I also will stress that the exact same thing can be said for EVE Frontiers. The EVE Frontier devs have been very active on their Discord, and the EVE Vanguard devs have been very active on their Discord. It's a very cool thing to take part in, to participate with the developers in the making of their game in a way that you don't necessarily see in, AAA sort of environments nearly as much.
Then it's there, and if the gamers like it, then cool, but if they don't...
It's one of those things where like we are making an MMO FPS. We are a very small dev team, so we much prefer to make stuff that we know has got the confidence behind it before hiding away for like 3 months, 8 months. Showing it and then being like, oh, actually, people don't like it. So I think we really want to encourage you to go forward.
Well, we've all been there. There's a lot of us that have worked.
Well, honestly, CSSU command, that is the reason why I don't become like a VIP for Dust or for Vanguard or whatever, because like having to deal with Frontiers NDA is already problematic enough for me. I want to be able to just speculate as much as I want and talk as much as I want to you guys and be on your side. So yeah, I'm not on any of those. I'm not part of that program, but I've got several people who, you know, make sure I stay up to speed with what's going on in a non-NDA breaching kind of way. I stress, but you know, I'm here for you guys, not necessarily for myself. Also, I don't know how much I can contribute to a conversation about FPS. I loved Halo. I played a ton of Halo PvP, but like I wouldn't call myself a shooter guy. So while I will enjoy Vanguard, I don't know if I necessarily feel like I have much to contribute to the discussion. But, you know, at the same time, even I have talked to the CCP devs on Vanguard and Frontiers, and they listen and they talk to me. You don't have to be under NDA to talk to them, which is awesome.
On projects in the past that you have 3-4 years behind closed doors. The project I was on before I joined this, 4 years in development behind closed doors, cancelled. Right, and it's
all too common nowadays. Unfortunately,
it is. So we all agreed that that's not how we want to do this. We want to build this openly. The build you saw at Fanfest in 2023 that we, you know, very, very confidently showed on stage. It was less confident behind the scenes. We were sweating bullets, but we wanted very early on to go out. Right, get it out, stick prototypes in people's hands. It's very easy for us. Mining is a great example of this.
Yes.
Where we went, look, people were giving us feedback. They were like, hey, I mine in EVE Online. Will I be able to mine in EVE Vanguard? And we go, right, instead of spending 9 months making a feature, we go, put something together really quickly, held together by sellotape, and go, is this right? Does this work? How does
The
that
banana mining
feel?
tool.
The
was
banana
great.
gun, yeah.
Okay. And I've said this to CCP Peaceful, that the current cutting tool, it looks awesome. It looks really, really cool. We need a banana skin to like be able to have a callback to just have a banana skin. And when
the banana gun is what they're referring to is the stand-in model for the cutter tool before they came out with the full cutter tool. So much like those guns that we just saw are like plain flat non-textured models. There was this plain flat yellow laser for the mining tool, so that's the banana gun that they're referring to.
Fit a mining crystal, you like put it on the front of the banana and it like shoots out whatever, you know. It's really, really awesome. So, and this is something too that I really find unique comparatively from other games to Vanguard, is the fact that
the giveaway's ready
we were
to go.
talking about this with CCB before y'all walked up. It's not just a, hi, I have a gun, I'm going to left click someone's head. Yeah. There's resource gathering, and there's resource gathering in a way that makes sense in the world of New Eden, but isn't so archaic and so cerebral that non-EVE players are going to go, people know what a mining crystal is. You don't have to, you know, like Google what the heck that is, right? So when you plug that into the cutting tool, you can mine different stuff, right? I like that y'all do that because it gives another reason to play the game. It gives another thing to do that day, which is one of the things I tell newer EVE Online players, is have at least 2 activities you can do. If you have your security missions, make sure you're doing mining. If you have Abyss, make sure you're doing some exploration. That way, if you just don't want to do the same thing every day, you have that option. And the fact that it's already in the game is in Vanguard is a huge plus. And all of these different play styles, we've talked about pack mule, shooter, gatherer. Is there like a healer? Like, is there Logi guns? Is that
I think that kind of comes into the support area of it. So
Sure.
there's lots of different play styles that we want to kind of engender, but without going, I'm this class, I'm this class. It's a bit more about the choices you make, but like leaning into those play styles that exist in EVE Online. You've got your industrialists, you've got your soldiers of fortune that just want to go and kill people, right? You've got your enforcers that are a bit more about PvE and squad play and support play, and then you've got your explorers.
All right, I'm gonna open up the giveaway for just a couple more seconds, given the fact that people are, this is still going on. So go ahead and exclamation point Plunder. If you've already entered, you're still in.
We acknowledge, whether we like it or not, people are going to play the game the way they want.
Sure.
So instead of overly defining and restricting a box of rules that they have to abide by, it's not us going, here's how you win, here's how you lose. We go, here's a bunch of tools, play the game you want to play.
Right.
If you want to play the industrialist, if you want to play the head clicker,
Yes.
You can both exist in the same universe.
Tools, not rules.
Tools, not rules. It sounds cheesy, but it's tools, not rules.
No, that's not cheesy. I'm a marketer by trade, and elegant ways to put things is good marketing. That's very good. Tools, not rules. This is really cool. So and on that kind of rabbit hole, in similar games, we've seen call it the hero shooter, where you've got like this character has these 4 abilities. They do this damage type, no matter what, always, forever. So we've seen that you can customize the guns and all that. Is there plans for some kind of ability-based customization as well, like other games have, like a void grenade or a shield wall, or stuff like that? Are there plans for abilities, or is it purely just you can customize the suit, customize the gun?
I think we'll lean into like equipment as the main thing of that. So
sci-fi.
The shield walls and the shield bubbles that we've got in the game, and all of these things will be more like equipment. But the suits that you pick have strengths and weaknesses on those things, right? Like, so it won't be like pick this suit and it has this abilities. It will just like pick this suit and you'll be able to, I don't know, like channel more of your energy into your weaponry, or channel more of your energy into your armor, or you'll be able to carry more equipment. Therefore, you're more versatile on the field, right? It'll be a bit more scientific than some space magic, maybe. But
that I was just thinking.
Anybody want to play a shock trooper from like Warhammer 40K with like a giant jetpack and a chainsword? You can drop a shield bubble. That's been around since like the first round of Vanguard, I'm pretty sure. Not like a shield you put up like this, but like a bubble that you put down.
Literally that. Like it's not magic. It's the moment you said equipment, it kind of snapped into my brain that you're building right now in the game. There's the shield bubble that you put something on the ground, and there's a bubble around you that deflects bullets, but you can walk inside of it. So having class abilities or a suit augmentations that let you improve that, etc. That's really cool. Like maybe there's a suit augment that if you shoot outside the bubble, it does more damage. Forcing you to be in. Now you're like, I want to be Bubble Boy. You're just, one sec, guys. I have to, put up my house, and then I can start doing damage, right?
I really like the idea that like you might jump in and set up like your own base of operations with like defense positions and stuff, and then leave that place to go do other stuff, and then bring it back to there. Now, obviously, you like the current version of it that we've seen before. There's a timer, and the map ends after a period of time, so you need more persistence than that. But I do like the idea that you could like create yourself like a makeshift fort on the map.
Stuff like that.
We've got some like micro metas that are already started to happen. Like, we've got a celebrity already in the community, a guy called Levi Thunder, who is just he's a god at meleeing people, and that's all he does.
Oh yeah, Johnny Knife Hands.
Yeah, and he's invented a meta with deployables in just closing up the distance by putting a deployable shield in between two of you, so you can't shoot him, so you can close it. Create almost like a Thunderdome.
That's so sick.
Where you can just now melee.
I used to be a Void Titan in Destiny 1, so that really that spoke to my soul, because that's what I would do. I would go into the PvP, I would put it at the point and be like, all right, who's up? Let's go. So I liked what you said, though. It's not just this is very creative. This is why this kind of stuff matters, and the skill ceiling, you're already seeing it, where in my mind, I'm like, okay, there's a deployable shield. It's used to protect me. This person, Levi?
Yeah.
Levi says there's a person over there. I'm going to drop a deployable and then use it to get closer to him. Look at that kind of skill ceiling. That's super intriguing.
And he won by some margin as well. Right?
Oh, we had a melee leaderboard at some point, and he was like leagues and leagues and leagues ahead of everyone else.
So it's not Johnny Knife Hands, it's Levi Knife Hands. Okay, gotcha.
And I'd love to say we intended for that versatility.
Yes.
But sometimes you just put something in the hands of players. We had
players figure it out.
We talked about the banking drone and the stairwell they have created. An early version of the banking drone we accidentally have to build was an egg. And
it became famous.
It became famous.
Very
it would
famous,
follow you around, so people were taking it on tours like a little pet. And people found out it had quite a large collision volume, so they were creating prisons and cages.
It's like, I'd like to, they said I could be anything. I wanted to put people in prison.
Yeah, exactly. Building them around spawn points. It was brilliant. It's that kind of like accidental emergence that just inspires us to keep creating more cool stuff.
That's really cool. I love that. And these are the kind of things you can get only if you join the early access in the Discord. Okay?
Oh, you're good at this. I like
these
this.
kind of things.
Yeah.
Some, you put that on my tombstone, champion. Laurel, he was pretty good at this. Sounds good to me, right? No, that is the thing, though, is these kind of memes, people in 3 years are going to put egg emojis in the Vanguard Discord. And those that don't, you're watching now, you'll get it, but they won't because you were here. Okay, type I was here because you were. Okay, thank you very much. No, that's really, really cool that that kind of little bug, because we expect some jank.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Where I actually like when games have a little bit of jank, because I find that's where the more funny things can happen, and those are the clips that go viral, and all that fun stuff happens. So so we've got all the new weapons in the game. We've got AR, SMG, 2 shotguns that have been showcased, sniper rifle. The charged pistol was interesting because I think when I played yesterday, it wasn't like a Halo pistol where it took out their sheet.
I will say, Desktop, it is not Dust 514, in a good way.
It took half of my charge, and it was 7 bullets at once or something. It was like a burst thing. How are y'all getting the inspiration for some of these weapons? Because we're seeing a lot of different, not just from a gameplay perspective, but from an art direction. How do you ideate what the guns should be, and then how do you come up with, okay, here's the idea, what do we make it look like?
From a gameplay perspective, we start by just having a conversation. The pistol was CCP Massey going what are your favorite pistols? Let's build a mood board of good pistols, and nobody's going, oh, it was the 9mm from X. You're going, it's the Deagle from CSGO, or it's the plasma pistol from Halo, right?
Yes.
And you're going, these are the great pistols, and we kind of build a bit of a board.
Which version of Halo, though?
And then that's kind of when Ben comes in and goes, there is a way that we can inject kind of Galente on top of this, right?
Absolutely. I mean, the EVE universe is so big that each faction, corporation, empire almost could be its own IP. So for us, that means that we can have our own flavor for each of those. So,
man, I remember playing Halo 2, and I remember fucking going 5v1 and just being happy that I had a target-rich environment. I played the hell out of Halo 2. Also, since it hasn't been mentioned enough, GoldenEye. GoldenEye was great.
So we can have, say, Minotaur is a very sort of exoskeleton, very mechanical, lots of movement, and then we have Amar, which is very sleek, less.
Yes,
kind of
Halo 1's
moving
pistol
parts,
was too overpowered.
Really show the kind of the breadth of the different factions, empires, and
undeniable
corporations inside of the EVE universe.
And every Galente gun has a big nose, so yeah. I literally can't fly the Ideron because I'm like, oh man, I have to. It looks like me. I can't do this.
You and me both, man. Don't worry.
Yes, that's a really good point.
GoldenEye.
Each race has its own brand guidelines, right?
Yeah.
Where there's it's not just green, orange, yellow. The one type of gun is going to have a bunch of rust on it. The Caldari one is going to try to arrest me and make me pay taxes. So it's all similar enough, right? Similar enough. I really, really like that y'all are doing this in universe. That you're not just saying, yeah, let's just make a pistol that shoots bolts and make it look cool, I guess. Because I think that is, we were talking with CSBB earlier about.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the stuff that they talked about with the war barge and the bastions and all that stuff was great. But I think honestly, the thing that has people a little bit the most excited, or the thing that people were happiest about from these presentations, was the fact that they're getting inspiration from old school shooters. I think that that's one of those things that, again, a lot of the stuff from Fanfest, it's kind of hard to explain, or it might be counterintuitive or not intuitive to people that haven't been involved or whatever. But just being able to be no, we're taking inspiration from 90s and early 2000s shooters, not 2010 shooters, make people be oh, that's going to be good. Because everybody can think of their favorite weapon from, 90s and 2000 shooters.
About this, how we get more people to play EVE Online is for them to play.
What's your favorite weapon in Call of Duty? Who gives a shit? What's your favorite weapon in Halo? Ah, that's a question.
Vanguard. And some of those people are going to go, because I don't know if y'all saw, when I was playing yesterday, as I was on planet, Peaceful goes, hey, look up. And there's a deluge. I mean, did one of y'all have a button spawn into deluge? Spawn into
I wish it was
looking up right now.
just
that was really awesome, because I look up and I'm like, oh, it's one of my favorite. I love the deluge. It's one of my favorite ships as a PI enjoyer. Okay, and that a lot of the Vanguardians, is that what we're calling them? Vanguard.
do now.
I think it's just it's not even though. It's just Vanguard.
Drop the. It's,
Yeah.
Drop
It's
drop
like-
the Ians. It's cleaner. So
Like Justin
Vanguards.
Timberlake
Yes.
about Facebook. Drop the it's cooler.
That's what I'm saying. Don't worry about Vanguard. No, not Vanguardians. The Vanguards. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So all these Vanguards that are playing, some of them are going to look up and go, "What's that?" And some of those people still will say, "Oh, that's from EVE Online." Okay. Oh, Alpha's free to play. All right. And in a similar way.
Now then, to bring this all together, can you imagine if you have like procedurally built levels that are kind of intelligently designed, you've got ships in the space. Can you imagine what happens if like halfway through a match or like you're on the thing and you look up and like one of the ships in the space gets shot down and you can watch it crash into the ground and then go rush over to it as something happens, as it's a new point of interest? Like that would be cool as
We exist, okay, we were saying this with CCP, that I'm an EVE Online enjoyer who grew up on FPS games. When I heard the y'all were making an FPS, I was like, please be good. Please be good.
Jeff, if you think that the thorax makes it look less like a flying penis, I don't know if you've looked at the thorax redesign closely.
Good. And the feedback that y'all are getting from the community, I think that's going to really help to make it good. So, you've talked about how you catalog the feedback. We have heard a lot about, let's call it, rough and tumble spots in game development.
Well, Sack, that's why I was saying, like, one of the things I'd really like to see is Vanguard be implemented with, like, structures, because structures have long timers. You can have a fight that's happening on the inside of the structure and outside of the structure at the same time. You know, carriers could be supporting with crews and support fighters to help continually rearm the invaders.
What are some of the main ways that y'all are combating this 4 years of development and then canceled thing? Because there's a lot of gamers are afraid that games are going to get canceled that are in development right now. There's just no dancing around it. What are y'all doing to like combat that kind of internal struggle?
Well, I think we're very, very lucky. There is, I think, only one company on the planet right now that knows how to make a game over a long period of time.
And CCP Games.
You know, say what you will about CCP, whether or not they should make the shooter or not make the shooter, they are absolutely committed to making the shooter, regardless of what the public thinks. So, yeah, I don't think that they're going to abandon this project anytime soon.
I think the amount of experience that this company already has in how to do things right, do things carefully, do things steadily, I think is, Vipix said, like, we're a tight team. And because of that, it's allowed us a level of innovation. We're not on a content treadmill. We're still innovating, building features, but it's allowed us to build this carefully, in the right order, and openly, right? I think the open part of it is ensuring that we don't waste our time on stuff that is crap. If we can make something in 3 weeks, if it's crap, you'll tell us it's crap, and then we don't spend any more time on it. And I think that approach is helping us to kind of almost min-max game development in the sense that we're not wasting our time on stuff we shouldn't be, but the kind of the trust and patience that CCP have given us at CCP London is incredible and unlike anything I've experienced in the industry.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool because, Chet, you and I talk about this a lot. Culture comes from the top. So hearing that CCP Games is giving the Vanguard devs time, that's really what we need, I think, to make this game successful. I like what you were saying about how CCP Games is the studio to let longer-term projects succeed. I agree with that, not just as a gamer, but as somebody who's, like, at Fanfest, you know? Like, this is a community that I can believe in. And I'm looking forward to playing in some Vanguard tournaments, y'all. Okay, when are we?
Yes.
When can we showcase a little bit of Loru's skill here? I don't know if I'm Levi Knife Hands. You know, he's gonna, you know, close the gap really, really fast. I'm gonna get assassinated, right? But any plans for like alpha tournaments in the next couple years? I know we got the early access next year, next summer. Okay.
No plans currently, but it is a lingering idea in that we do have some structured PvP. We have a lot of players that enjoy that structured PvP. We added in the insurgency skirmishes stuff to directly address that. We talk about listening to feedback. As soon as we went out day one, everyone was like, I need like a 9v9 or something. So we worked on and we incorporated insurgencies into that because we didn't want to just add it in for the sake of it. Had to feel like there's a reason you're doing this in the universe, right? So the insurgency skirmishes was something for that, but like moving that into a competitive space, like I would like to do that.
Okay.
But
We haven't confirmed ranked mode.
The MOA looks like the Firefly, which I like.
I'm not looking at that. He said it. He said ranked. You know, I don't know if it needs ranked mode.
No, I don't think so.
The way that you're describing it. So many other FPS games, you and I both know, all the FPS enjoyers out there are like ranked when. I don't know if this game needs that, but I will. This is less of a question, more of a comment. If there's no ranked, there still needs to be a carrot for the gamers to go after.
Well, yeah,
and
that's Bastions.
Other games that are being released right now, we'll just leave it at that, okay? The only reason to grind these games is the next session is better.
Yeah.
And I personally don't find that to be enough of a carrot, right? And I think the social aspect...
I cannot wait till, like... So, can you imagine there are going to be player organizations showing off their Bastion as a recruitment tool? Like, come live here in our war fortress. That's so cool.
Spec is going to help with that a lot.
Yeah, Bastions are going to be big there, I think.
Yeah, can you talk more about Bastions? Because I was getting the 411 from CCBB on where I'm going to sit in this chair. So can you talk to us more about Bastions?
Yeah. So Bastions are going to be... They're going to generally form... When you talk about like contributing to something, purpose and community, Bastions are going to be kind of at the heart of that. They are hubs all throughout the universe where Vanguard congregate. And it is your space. We'll start off with some NPC bastions, but eventually, really, the late game comes from I have a bastion, my corporation has a bastion, or bastions, right?
We have like
an
player
area
housing almost.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, we have an
Ship
area
housing?
of space in lockdown. And that has an area of influence. It has its own planets that we can deploy down to. They are our planets. They are in our bastion. They are our planets. We can deploy down to them. But there are other bastions that may start to encroach on your turf, start to scratch at some of the planets that are yours. And you might have to start building infrastructure or collaborating as a group to defend your space.
Okay, so less of a instance where I grow my own plants.
No.
And more of a citadel from EVE Online.
More of territorial warfare with a gun in your hand.
I like that a lot. I like that a lot. So I'll ask this question because it's on my mind a lot. I do a lot of PI. I've mentioned it a couple times.
They said that like it'll be... Well, actually, they haven't really said whether or not it'd be a structure or whatever, but it's going to like be at a space and then radiate out towards over the different planets. So it's like it's closer to like a territorial claim unit of sovereignty than a structure like a Asterhus, I think.
It's one of my main like income generators that I use to help fund the stream events that we all do. When you have something in EVE Online that is on planet, is it in a realm of possibility that I could defend my PI factories with Vanguards?
I think so. We're already talking behind how we can do things more asynchronously. We've been talking already with CCP Okami about how, like, New Eden is one universe.
Yes.
And so we can't just be a hidden layer. Vanguard, it can't just be a part of it. It exists in the...
Yeah, the Bastion does function like a social space. So there's probably like a headquarters, whatever. But the whole point of it is that it radiates out from there control over the different planets and systems in the area. So there's like the home base, and then there's the territory. So you would fight over the territory most of the time, as opposed to fighting over the home base, which would be close to like an Asterhus, right? So in the same sort of way, like you have a sovereignty hub, but then you have keep stars deployed within your territory to do stuff.
The universe and how we can make them feel more meaningful to one another, right? And if it is one planet in one New Eden, if there are people on the surface blowing each other up, that should and could have an impact on things, right? And how we kind of layer that in. Also, how do bastions matter and not just Vanguard? How do... Yeah, so we're already starting to...
It would be really cool if, like, I mean, in a weird way, where it's like, oh, my PI got screwed up. Oh, man, there's fucking Vanguard fighting over my PI. God damn it. You know, you have to deal with that because they're blowing up your facilities.
Explore some of these things.
Now we're talking like suborbital citadels. I keep thinking like a mini citadel. You know, again, don't look at them, chat. Just cover cover the eyes.
Well, like orbital bombardment is cool, but I think we can go better than that.
Better orbital bombardments, ladies and gentlemen. You heard
What
it.
have I done?
Yeah.
You heard it here
done
first. Did you see how the sun came out and started like, oh, like, or better or
Titan bombardments as spoiled by the dread attacks. You know, make sure you can jump in a Titan and doomsday the planet.
orbitals here first? Kill streaks, you know, get out your macro paths, Helldivers. We don't need to do that anymore. This sounds good to me.
No, I actually really like the fact that there's this much conversation of the connectivity between Vanguard and EVE Online. Obviously, chat, none of this is like firm, you know. We'll see. Yeah, I got you. Just, you know, wipe your brow. I got you. None of this is like official, you know, look at the dev blog for gosh sakes. You know. This is what I like, though, is that y'all have these ideas of what to do with it with the connectivity. I don't think any serious fan expects it to be like, you will be a literal layer of New Eden fully integrated at launch. What I can tell you that I would like as a fan of everything I've been telling you is something that's great as a base.
Well, it's interesting that you say that. So it would be cool to do that. It'd be considered a war crime. So one of the things that I thought was really interesting, because like some people talk about how Vanguard and Just 514 and whatever, it's like they're wasting their resources instead of doing EVE Online. And like people need to respect how people engage with this sort of stuff, especially the lore and the story and all sorts of stuff like that. I actually had somebody reach out to me yesterday because like the very idea, like they just, as a throwaway point, they talk about how because of this Vanguard stuff happening, the empires are raiding these planets to relocate populations and whatnot. And they were like, wait a minute, that seems really evil to do, right? Like there's so many little, like even the background information of this stuff really implies things about these different empires, about these different forces. And these are things that we as players can judge and decide whose actions we want to support and whose actions we want to call out and you know, work against.
Because you can always build on it, you know. Yeah. Like, and we've seen a lot of that here now with the...
It reminds me of, oh God, hold on. We read this all the time. We read this all the time, but I'm going to read this again. Hold on, Chronicles. So, this is the Chronicle Xenocracy. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but to give you an idea, basically, in this scenario, we have the head of a planetary industry colony talking to the capsuleer that runs the colony. And so the capsuleer now gives people, he says that he says, I'm confident that in under a year we could, and he goes, that's too long. You have 1 hour. And he goes, I must say, this is all highly irregular. Could you, if you had just given us more information, we could have prepared adequately. And he goes, do I need to replace you? All this stuff. And he goes, your existing spaceport facility was insufficient for my needs. We're going to expand all this stuff. And he goes, spaceport would cost more than the total revenue of our planet generates in over a year. He says, I've purchased all the stuff. And then he finally takes a stand and goes, Colossa was pleading with Yavisk with her eyes, begging for the order to send additional evacuation warnings to any citizens who currently lived or worked in the areas designated for immediate repurposing. She pointed to her vidscreen terminal, which showed numerous glowing red warnings all over the spinning image of the planet. The administrator, however, held up one hand, instructing her to wait. Vistus, who's the capsuleer, I must protest at this point. Most of the coordinates you've designated for these additional spaceports are located in densely populated areas. It's going to take more than a few hours to evacuate all those citizens. I demand more time. Vistus was absolutely motionless. You demand? And he goes, blah, blah, blah. He goes, we are going to need at least a week to relocate everyone being affected. And it says, so he goes, frowning and leaning closer to the screen to block out the ambient noise of the city beyond the wall of the room, blah, 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 blah. He goes, that sound you're hearing, Vistus replied, is your planet's bombardment siren. You've probably never had to pay much attention to it in the past, seeing as your world is safely under the jurisdiction of Concord. But that is no longer the case. As he spoke, the black window of the conference room took over a noticeably red tint, saturating the room in crimson light. What you are seeing now is the targeting laser used to aim my battleship's 6 425mm railgun turrets. At this altitude, the gravity of your planet will augment the standard launch velocity of each solid projectile to speeds well beyond operational specifications, enough to obliterate everything within a half-kilometer of the impact site. Vistus's image grew larger in the screen before he continued. Anything between that location and 2 kilometers from ground zero will suffer a worse fate. As the antimatter suspended in each shell escapes the containment field and expands in a random disbursement pattern, colliding with the ambient normal matter on the ground. Buildings, trees, children, everything. Whatever these particles touch will experience matter disassociation on an atomic level as piece by piece they are reduced to unidentified residual particles. With a single thought, I can reduce your entire city to a smoldering crater. The boiling wind rushing in to replace the void left behind will be laced with the dust particles that were once the bodies of everyone you know and love. Do you understand? So that's our relationship with our colonies, just to remind everyone.
Fire putting out bobs on the spaceships. You can always have a feature come out like a little bit later and just keep on building on stuff, because I want the game to succeed, and success in my mind, and this is where Twitch chat is wrong, success is not game good today. Success is game good today and tomorrow and next year and improving.
I tell you what, I want to be here with you, sat here 20 years time going, oh, remember when?
They added the orbital bombardments. Remember in year 5 when they added those, right? You know, you saw, you know, it's great. And they added the player housing houseplants. 20 years in the making, they finally added
the farming
it.
Update.
So, the farming update. You've heard of mining at Vanguard. Now, farm your plants. You know?
Eve Farmville, the mobile app.
Incredible. It's incredible stuff. No, I really like it. How much time do y'all have? Is this? I just think we just keep on going, right? You know?
I think until they tell us to stop.
I'm going to listen into the earpiece.
Let me check my calendar.
I don't want to take up too much of y'all's
time.
That's
okay. I'm gonna check.
What I'm saying? Yeah, do it. So, chat, while he's checking the calendar, definitely go check out the Eve Vanguard Discord if you're just joining us. It's totally free. You can go give feedback. You heard how they categorize it. We have the bi-weekly Discord calls with the devs. Actual dialogue with the developers in the Discord. That's pretty wild. So I don't know if any other...
This looks like they're wrapping up with this conversation probably shortly thereafter, so we're going to call this good. We're going to do our skin giveaway now and then wrap things up. So, for this skin right here that we're seeing, the Squall skin with the cool effects, including the YC127 that lights up when you warp, gas jets that you have to have your details turned on in order to be able to see, and other cool effects, including the streaks at the back. Your chance to win, last chance, exclamation point plunder for your opportunity to win. I'm going to be closing it in about 10 seconds, which might be just in time for Twitch, or not Twitch, but YouTube delay to come through. So I'm seeing a few more plunder. I'm going to see those get processed. All right, that's it. That's it, guys. We're done. It's closed. We're going to pull the raffle. Ready? In 3, 2, 1. Smile for the internet. What is up, my friend? I need your in-game name. I just want you to give me your full in-game name just so I don't mess it up. There it is, Roylat Aderon. Roylat, by the way, guys, great dude. He's been involved in Eve for quite some time, ever since Dust 514. He actually learned Unreal so that he could get more into this Vanguard stuff that's in development and stuff. So, glad you won. You're a good dude. I hope to see you around more. Also, I have this other contract that I got while I was while things were happening from Sakaru. Sakaru, did you want me to do a second giveaway, Or is this for another day? Now you can carry your Vanguard gear in style. Hell yeah, exactly. All right. Well, maybe we'll do this a giveaway as another day. Oh, okay, great. We'll do this one right now. So same list, so you don't need an exclamation point plunder or anything like that. I will open up, so I'm going to open up the thing just for 30 seconds or so. Just in case, I know this isn't the, it says it's coalesced, but it's for this Sanctuary skin. In case you want this and didn't want the previous one. So if you've already done it, you're still in it. Otherwise, we are going to close it up by the time I'm done finishing this sentence. So we're going to pull in 3, 2, 1. Boom. The random sack, you just won your own skin. So we'll figure out how to deal with that another time. All right, guys. I think that's about it for today. We have now, that's 3 days of coverage. We'll do a redo, but we'll do it on another day. Don't worry, guys. We'll do more skin giveaways in the future. It's been very popular, so we're going to keep doing it. But so this has been 3 days of FanFest coverage. I strongly recommend you go back and you watch the other 2 days. We've tried to compartmentalize our information, so all 3 days are important. In addition, there's plenty of other streams that have been about things that have been going on. And of course, tomorrow is a very important day. Tomorrow is the beginning of the Wrath of Tyrannos event, which if you want to know more about what that means, you're going to have to watch the stream tomorrow. So we've got lots of more to talk about tomorrow and beyond. We will be starting to show off more and more. Like I want to do PI guide and Abyss and stuff like that, especially as we move towards the new the next expansion and public freelance contracts and stuff. It might be useful to go back and look at the things that especially newer players can do. People can stream Vanguard right now? I don't think so. I mean, well, there's no Vanguard to be streamed at the moment, but in September there will be. Anywho, I've been Ash Rothy. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put Eve into context for you, my fellow Imperians. Thank you guys so much for participating in this coverage of FanFest 2025. Thank you so much to those who have taken on the extra step of supporting the stream by becoming a member or a patron or picking up merch or dropping me a tip on PayPal. All of it very, very useful. It's how this gets done on behalf of everybody who enjoys this stream. Thank you. But also, thank you to everyone who just participates in chat, watches the stream, likes, comments, subscribes, and shares it with a friend, because that is how we grow this channel. That is how we grow our knowledge base of EVE Online. A better EVE Online community makes a better EVE Online. So with all that said, I have been Ash Rothy, the voice of New Eden, and join the Convocation of Empyreans and help us maximize player engagement with EVE Online. And I'll see you in space.
every city.